Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of Some Extra Sauce. Let me just get this on out there right on off the top. The part of the show I plan for the UFO stuff, we're gonna have to bench that for the week because I don't like being unprepared, and I kind of got hijacked when it was time for me to finish doing what I need to do for the show. And I do not like being unprepared, and so I like to get my shit done and make sure that we're gonna be able to talk about it the way we need to talk about it. So Scrolls and everybody else who's going to come here for that segment of the show, don't worry, we're going to get it. We're going to get it. I'll just be better prepared for it, and there'll probably be a little more to talk about next week. But I got hijacked, life started lifing, and that's just the way it goes in this podcast business, man. You never, unless you're lucky, get a chance to do everything that you plan on doing for a show because, man, you know, people got lives outside of the shows. But welcome in once again. I see Jay Grizz #1 in the chat so far.
What do, Jay Grizz?
What up? I'll tell you what, man. Let's go on around the horn real quick, man, and give some shout outs. Alley-oop to kids over there. Hopefully you didn't eat too much.
I didn't eat too much. I had a good Whole Foods meal. You know what I mean? I had some good chicken breast, fried up some chicken. A nice salad to go with that and a little bit of rice. So we feel real good. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I had a little dessert too, but it's like specialized dessert, just strawberries, a little bit of yogurt, and some low-fat homemade whipped cream, man. Just a little bit of like stevia in there. Good old whipping cream. Whip that bitch up. A little sprinkle of nutmeg. Boom. Flavor, bro. I feel great.
Mm-hmm. And did you have Lady dip her toes in there?
Oh my God.
Oh, wait,
if she did, I'd tell her to wash her feet, and I probably wouldn't have any of my dessert.
Well, you know how you have sprinkles, just a little extra as a little treat. Sprinkles. That's all that is.
All right, you just ruined my whole appetite. What's going on?
You just never been around.
Happy Cinco de Mayo, y'all. You damn straight.
Bad feet, man. He's never been around. Bad.
Happy Cinco de Mayo, Fat Tuesday. Get your booze on. Enjoy
today.
Wait,
yeah, no, it was actually yes.
Wait, aren't Cinco de Mayo and Fat Tuesday like two entirely different things?
I don't think so. I think they're the same thing. I might be wrong. I've totally been wrong before. This might be one of those occasions.
Well, some must be very wrong, man, because my Latino people across the street, they do something big every single year, and that signals to me like I don't be paying no attention. But when they start teeing up them tents and getting that music going and getting them swimming pools, water and ice, man, I know they're about to do it big, and they go to like 4 or 5 in the morning, bro.
Kicking it.
I haven't heard nothing.
Well, you know,
singing that song that
Ay, postales, masica, barica, da 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 da.
That's a song that Speedy Gonzalez used to sing back in the day, though. Used to get into it.
Things are different nowadays. With immigration and such. You know, you hear the ting 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 music around the way. You know, somebody dropping a dime. Then we got people rolling up on you trying to send you to North Africa or someplace.
Man, that's where things went sideways, man.
Bro, I saw the most messed up story in the world, bro. I was so mad when I saw this story. So a lady got some contractors to come over there and redo a roof. And when they got done with the work, she called ICE on them.
Oh, that's cold blooded. So now she don't have to pay these people.
What?
Is that really what her flex was?
That's
You
what
work and get out of my country.
that's what the idea was. Yeah, she was white.
Well,
No kidding. yeah, she was white.
Let's get it on out the way. I was so pissed off, man. I mean, the gall, like, you sorry. I called her every name under the sun, man, and I don't disrespect women at all, but you know, I was so upset. I was just like, you sorry, B. You sorry, B. Well, I mean, even if I hated you, I wouldn't do that to you.
yeah,
I'm just not that low. I don't live life that low. Well, I would stoop to a level like that.
That's cold-blooded affairs, bro. You know what? She had a plan, though. Like I will applaud her. You know what I mean? Like I gotta give
what's
the
your
devil.
estimate? And what's your estimate? And where's your crew from?
Not only,
word.
but, you know, the great thing about it was not only is she gonna have to pay them, but she's being charged with a hate crime.
I'm sure they're gonna try and charge her with anything and everything they can after behind that.
I'm just saying, sometimes you gotta give the devil its due, because this one of them times where
I can pay for this roofing and a new down payment on a car.
She had this whole shit written down. You know what? I got my shit messed up, man. You know what? I got a plan.
You know, when they got there in the morning, she was like, Buenos dias.
Uh-huh.
Come on in.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all about done? Hey, they about done. Y'all
hey, you hungry? Let me just cook those. Y'all like tacos? Let me feed y'all. Make sure you stick around for a little bit.
I was so
I make my tacos with mayonnaise out here, though.
Bro, I was so upset. I can't believe we live around people like that, man.
Oh man, that's cold, man. That's cold-blooded affairs, but
man, live around them, work with them. They in our families.
You can't underestimate people, though, man. That's all I can say. Sometimes, you know,
they're living foul like that.
I mean,
he's like, I know how I'm gonna get out of this payment.
It's good to have a chuckle or two about it. That's cool, but think about it.
Look, you know, I'm laughing. I'm laughing because
I need to give it some perspective, because what actually happens is really fucked up.
It is
what actually happens when if somebody comes and deems them somebody that they want to take to some detention center somewhere and start processing them, they are more than likely going to be sent somewhere where they have no idea where they're going. They ain't from there, and they just sending them wherever, and just messing up people's families because you're racist. And that's the sad part. I know somebody down the street that shit's happened to, and so I take the shit personal, because the gall of somebody. I mean, it's the worst thing ever, man. You know, I just don't like it, man. It really upsets me when I think about people that do shit like that.
Like, this is the type of thing that I could see Larry David coming up with. This the type of scheme. I could totally see Larry David coming up with this scheme.
Because this is straight up George Costanza move.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. Like this takes that lady is diabolical, bro. Like, that's the word that you have to use here.
It's beyond that. I'm trying to think of a word worse than that, man, because diabolical is legit, man.
It's a legit word, bro. Like, it's evil. You plotted this thing out. You know what I'm saying? You really went down the line to exact this level of evil upon people strictly for your own gain.
You know, people out here getting their hustle on, you know, doing a service for you. And you be like, nah, I ain't paying these fools. And not only you not gonna pay them, but you gonna, you know, disrupt, endanger their lives, not only their livelihood, but their lives, their families, and put them into all kind of chaos. And then shit, that might be the ultimate goal right there. You know, the free construction work is just a byproduct.
May never be
devils out here nowadays.
May never be repaired. That chaos that they insinuated. never be prepared. Somebody might die. All kinds of, you're not thinking about none of that, you selfish piece of shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
Yeah. I'm just saying it takes a special breed of human being to really be that
subhuman,
underhanded, man. Like that is some underhanded shit with no, I don't know, man.
Settle down, Paul. We're not talking about that.
No, we ain't talking about Diana Rossini.
These two know way more. I just read the headline. That's it. I don't know nothing about the shit. I can't have an intelligent conversation about any of it.
That's funny, Paul. No, not right now. Are we talking about Diana Rossini?
And Coach, I care about my wife and kids. Rabel, all my kids, all the ones that ain't in my family, but are named after me.
Sometimes they named after me and they have different daddies. Yep.
Well, yeah. Skeet.
Damn.
But yeah, shit. It's some extra sauce. Big up to everybody tuning in.
Oh,
you got the Nomad Network, you got Kids Canuck, and you got Sports Chicago Style.
And we got new features. Look at that. The chat is live and direct on the show. I don't know if you noticed this.
Yeah, I just turned it on.
I'm just noticing this right now.
Oh, yeah, on the screen. Yeah, I just saw that.
Live and direct on the screen. That's the Patriot way, Jay Grizz says.
Man, dude. Hey.
Fuck yeah.
Learning, people, I tell people all the time, man. It's funny, I heard Michael Irvin say this, but I actually said this shit before. Just trying to do the wrong thing the right way. And you know what I mean? You can do wrong, just do it the right way. You know what I mean? But
what do you mean?
Sometimes you gotta do wrong. Sometimes you gotta do a little wrong to get something right with your life. You know what I mean? You never curved the law a little bit, motherfucker. Come on.
Don't let me say like I have not.
You done came out your ninja bag.
I did, and I definitely did all of that the right way. I was just looking for examples.
You understand the logic.
That's all. I know this logic very well. I was just hoping for examples so we.
Well, it's just
frame of reference.
You just know when to do it. It's like knowing who's watching, what eyes are on you when there's no cameras.
And
then you break that shit down like you from around the way.
That's that last one is key, because in the 80s there were no cameras. In the 90s, cameras started popping up in places, and you had to keep your eyes.
Man, I'll be minding my own business, and sometimes it'd be dark out. It's 2-3 in the morning. I have to urinate, and sometimes you might be downtown and there's nothing open, so I go in the middle of an alley behind a dumpster. You know what I'm saying? Bothering nobody, and you might relieve yourself. Just you and the rats. You started doing that in the 90s, and it's like, excuse me. Don't do that here. What the fuck was that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, like what you're describing was me taking a piss.
They start talking to you through the cameras and shit?
Brother, I was taking a piss out front of this, like, I don't know. Like, I don't even know what it was, but like I had to piss. So I kind of pulled off. I'm downtown, and this place it isn't gated, but it's kind of like fenced off, but the fence was open. So I'm like, I can like duck in here, take a quick piss, and get back to Stephanie.
Keep moving.
And excuse me, sir. What? Like I can't stop pissing now. You know what I mean? Like it's already coming out. I was like, I'm real sorry. I just kind of went about my business after.
Hey, you want to hear a real one, man? This was real deal. When I was in Atlanta, when the first, the economy went down and everybody was fighting over gas, and we had a little economic.
Oh, you mean yesterday?
No, not this one. The more recent.
I'm just messing with you.
Talking about 2000. What is that? 2006, 2007, 2008, somewhere in that neighborhood. When that happened, at the time I was in and out of town. I might be gone for a few weeks doing a emergency response job anywhere in the country. And my next door neighbor knew that. All that shit was going down while I was on jobs and shit, right? So I'm gone. Next thing you know, I come back to Atlanta. I'm going through the I live in like a little gated community, man. Richard Dent lives like he's got a house not too far from where I live at. And I get through there, I'm seeing all these foreclosure signs and people moving around and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It's like I wasn't even part of the planet for a few weeks. I get back and it's all kind of chaos going on. So I pull up, and first thing I see hanging out in my mailbox is an envelope, and it's got $1.50 in it with a note, and it's my next door neighbor. My next door neighbor then figured out a way to boot jack my electricity while I was gone, and you talking about doing the wrong thing the right way. Sent the letter, put the money in the envelope, and I was just like, what's going on? So I ain't see him again until like the next day. And I find out his wife then dipped on him and he stuck him there with all the bills, the lights turned off and all this kind of stuff. He said, man, I just need a little help for a couple of weeks, man. And I hope you don't mind. I gave you some money, man. If you need more, I give, man, don't even worry about it, man. You did it the right way, man. It's the I'd have never known if you would have got that. He didn't have nothing plugged up back there when I was there. Nothing. I would have never known, bro.
So you got principalities that matter.
Yeah, man. So it's you can do the wrong thing the right way sometimes. You can.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm not, like I said.
How would you react to that?
I'm very well aware. I might be the king of this, but
how would you react to something like that, kids? How would you play that one? You get dealt that hand.
as you or as the dude whose wife.
If you were in my shoes and you had that hand dealt to you,
I'd probably let that one slide. You know, I'll be honest on this. I'd probably let it slide. It's not like he's in a situation. You know, it all depends on what my pocket looked like the next day. Like, what does my situation look like?
You know, you learn that sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail.
Yep.
So I mean, there's times where it's like, hey, homie, I'm upstairs neighbor. Shit's going down. Let me run this extension cord up there from you a little bit. I'll kick you down. You know what I'm saying? But that was less than what the light company wanted. You know what I mean? So I could keep the importance charged. But then it's also times where it's like a neighbor needed some something like that, and so you look out for him that way. You reciprocate. Even if it's a different neighbor, different building. But it's like, hey, go ahead and plug in and charge your shit up, a little something. So one hand, washing another, helping each other out. It's not a long-term consistent thing, but sometimes it's like, hey, I need to crash on the couch for like a week. Can I do that? It's like, yeah, go ahead, dude. Go crash. And then you never know when it's like, hey, I might need to crash on a couch for a week. And you know what I mean? You just, as long as the people are good and everything's everything, it's everything.
Hey, Trip, you know what I asked him? I said, man, hey man, what if you got 150 to give to me, man? Why don't you just pay the bill? He was like, bro. He's like, man, she ran it up on me. She had everything in her name, and I was paying for everything, but she was running it up before she got ready to leave. She plotted it out. She really ran it up.
Oh, she like this.
That 150 ain't even getting it back on.
Right. I gave him the money back, man. It's just him in the house. I mean, I was just like, it's about as much energy as I'd have used if I was at home, I guess. I gave him the fucking money back, man.
Yeah, that's the if you're all right, you know what I mean? If you're doing all right, yeah.
I ain't need it at all.
That's what I mean, man.
And then the times where people are not indebted but are grateful that you look out for them, they'll look out for you. Cause like, you look out for the homie around the way and be like, hey, you want cable? And we're like, no, I have bad credit. I cannot afford cable. And it's like, no, I got you at the pole. You know what I mean? Then they climb the pole, they do what they do, and then now you got cable. You know what I mean? So they looking out. So it's like, one hand washing the other.
Yeah, it was a hell of a situation, man. And it's about, I always think about, I get up this way, man. I go about my life, and any kind of situation I'm in, I imagine how would I be if how would somebody, I mean, you want to treat people the way you want to be treated, because you never know when you're going to get dealt the hand. You know what I mean? You just never know. And I believe in karma like an MF, man. I really do. And the way you treat people tends to come back to you.
Mm-hmm.
One way or another. And if you didn't, like, I could have stuck that $150 in my pocket and whatever. But he needed it worse than I did. His girl really, I mean, this is a nice, trust me when I tell you, it's a very nice community. Tupac's mom has a house out there. The producer from the Bomb Squad.
Ooh, Hank Shockley?
Not the producer, but the engineer. I told you that story before, kids. He mixed and engineered a lot of those records. Nice homes out there, man. Freaking Richard Dent had an Excalibur in his freaking driveway, man. He never was there. His family was always there, man in the house, but I never seen him, but I know it's his house. So it's a nice ass community, man. And people fall on hard times, man. Pretty quickly,
credit cards.
Pretty quickly, you found out who was living a lie and who wasn't. Pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. Trying to keep up with the Joneses, trying to be the Joneses. Shit.
I was one of them.
Mm-mm.
I was one of them. I was probably living a little beyond my means.
Because me, kids, I was more like me and Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. We got a thing.
One of the biggest mistakes in my life, but it was a learning lesson for you.
Yeah. The Jones, mistakes, but fun. But learning. But I mean, that's all part of growing up. You different strokes, different folks. You grew up in the hood, you learn hood shit. You grew up in the suburbs, you learn suburban shit. And then when you go and visit your cousins and either or, you go, wow, this shit is crazy out here. You know what I mean? Vice versa.
Well said, man, because that's kind of how it was for me growing up in the hood and then kind of going out to the burbs and checking my cousin, man. He kind of lived a whole different style of life than I did, but it was still cool, man. Like my uncle, which I've alluded to before, like my uncle was a diplomat from Jamaica. So when he came down to where we're at, nice joint, you know what I mean? Nice place, nice whip, big up job in the government doing his thing, man. So he's doing well. And there we are, kicking in projects and shit. But you know what I'm saying? Just I'm outside on a daily basis whooping ass and surviving, and that's not my cousin's upbringing. But it was different, man. It was kind of cool to see that, wait a minute, I can come out here sometimes and not have to like whoop ass and just be like
chill.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of chill out here, man. I like the summer. Then you get back home, man.
I'll tell you something. I'm starting to see and I'm a little early to this part of the show. We're gonna be covering some of this, but I'm starting to see people coming down to earth right now, and not gracefully at all. Like, people are really, really crashing hard about not only, I don't know what it is in Canada, but kids, if you live in the United States and you don't ride a goddamn bicycle, you feeling the gas crunch right now. Companies are feeling it, all kinds of, like, people are having cars repoed, and they filming the shit now. They putting it on social media, and they cussing out the repo man, going crazy on the repo man, threatening them. Like, hey,
pay your damn bills.
I mean, like, it's not yours until you done paying for it. You know that, right? You just leasing it. You just claim it as yours. And I always thought credit was I don't even use credit. Never really had.
You're clearly a black man.
I'm clearly a black man who lives within his means now.
Yeah, it's not about your means. It's like the world is no, just to like, and this is shit that it's taken me my entire life to understand, and even to a certain degree, I don't fully understand it. But the way that rich people don't spend their own money.
Well, I ain't rich.
I know, but that's why they're rich, though. They spend other people's money. That's what
Well,
credit is.
that's a simple enough. I know that. I know that. But until you accrue a certain amount of wealth, to me, all you
That's
doing
the misconception.
Wait, hold on, bro. Let me tell you something, man.
You're digging a hole for yourself. Is where you're going.
Until you get a certain amount of money where you can kind of leverage a little bit of it, to me, the way I see life, you don't mess with that until you get a certain amount of leverage, because you're gonna just like, oh my God, man. I know people with student loan debts that they thought they really were paying these things off, and the interest on it slowly and surely was just adding up, and they're just never going to be able to pay them off.
Let me tell you,
that's credit. That's credit, kids.
Let me tell you a story. So younger me.
Is it not credit though?
You know, you're bang on, but here's the misconception, right? So younger me, same general situation that you're sort of describing. You know, I got kids, I got a place I got to pay for, I got appliances and a couch and all the fun shit that you have to do and acquire as an adult. I got a whip I got to pay for, all that stuff. And I lose my job. And I stop and I'm like, man, the upside about losing the job is I get a pretty handsome buyout. So I got some good money, you know. I can do different things with this money. And I stop and I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the bank. I'm going to take out a loan because like I will get another job sooner or later. Plus I have this money. I'm going to bank, take out some money and kill off all of my debts and consolidate them into one debt so that the money that I'm paying on a monthly basis is low. Right? Makes sense.
7? What is that? Chapter 7?
No. This is not bankruptcy. This is just
11. That's one of them.
No. This is just a consolidation loan.
Oh,
I'm just taking a loan out to consolidate my debts as opposed to paying 7 different debts at $500 a pop every month. I'm paying one debt at like, $1,500. So I'm saving on a monthly basis about $1,000, if not more. All right. So that's a consolidation debt or a consolidation loan. I go and I take care of that. I'm living all right. Everything is cool. I paid these debts down. I'm just doing my thing. Problem is, I just didn't know what I didn't know at the time. I could have taken that money, bought stock with it. When you have stock in a margin account, you can loan yourself money. So I could have done, and like, let me explain this now. I would keep 70% of the stock that I would buy. Sorry. I could buy, let's just say I borrowed $100,000. I can buy $100,000 worth of stock and borrow $70,000 worth of money from me and pay off those debts. The cool thing about what I'm describing to you is that I would have kept the stock. I would have gained dividends on the stock, and I would have actually been making, I don't know, about $1,500 on a monthly tier, as opposed to paying off $1,500 on a monthly tier. It's like the complete opposite way of thinking. And this is how the folks with money think. And it's just the fact that we weren't taught this shit. And like I'm telling you, I didn't know any of this until years later when I actually did it myself. And I was like, oh, snap, I'm making this money now from my dividends. I could have used this money to offset the monthly payment that I had, and it would have been a wash. It would have paid for my monthly payment. I'd be out of debt, and I'd have $100,000 worth of stock still making me money today. It's crazy if you really think about it.
Well, if you notice, well, I don't know. I can't say if you notice, but I've known people from families with means, and what you're talking about is just Sunday dinner conversation, amongst the uncles.
Because they know the Uncle A knows, and he's talking to Uncle right. B, and you're at
the kids are just kind of there, not paying attention, but listening like kids do. And so it's like, when they, instead of some, stupid ass toy as a birthday gift or a Christmas present, they'll go, here's $1,000 for your LLC.
Yep.
And then it's like, and it's like, oh yeah, that's where my business is and capital gains and all that shit. And it's not like they went to school to learn this shit. They're just learning how to, grow their paper. And that they've been absorbing all of this information and they've been nurtured with it from people who are doing it. And coming from the hood where, you are learning how to make a dollar out of 15 cents, a dime and a nickel. You're learning different financial lessons on how to survive, whereas they're learning the lessons on how to progress. So you're learning different lessons, even though everybody's learning something.
You just described why everything must change. It's almost like black people and brown people, for that matter, any person of color. I said this a long time ago. It's like a game of Monopoly where we let everybody else, where a certain group of people got a 400, you get to take 400 laps around the board, and we got to sit there while you bought up everything on the board and got every advantage, every bit of leverage, and we supposed to somehow get equal. Not a chance.
So
not a fucking chance.
Like, I hear where you're coming from.
It's just plain and simple, kids. No need to refute that. That's simple.
No. It's not something that I can refute, because the game is afoot, as they say, right? Like, this is how it is. Yeah, we're at a disadvantage, but a big part of the disadvantage that we fail to recognize is what me and Triple R were just describing, and it's knowledge.
I get that.
The knowledge gap that we have.
Even with the knowledge, kids.
No, with the knowledge,
way behind, bro. You're still way behind everybody. You're never gonna get where
you are. Like, I'm not saying that the playing field will ever be quote unquote level. But what I am saying is, if you know the rules on how to play Monopoly, you too can win.
No. Because just think about all the boys and girls, men and women that in the game, and it's like, they make their money illegally, and it's like, hey, you're stacking all this paper, and it's like you're trying to figure out, how to clean it, how to wash it. Why don't you, get to some of your people and buy some stocks, buy some real estate, buy a laundromat, stuff like that. No, you want to get rims and you want to get, bling, and you want to be flashy and show it off. And it's like, well, that's how you get fucked up. You know what I'm saying? You put that shit away, you do what you got to do, but the greed and the stuff and the knowledge that they have takes over, as opposed to the quote unquote white collar criminal, who hides his money in offshore accounts and Swiss accounts, and has it in, 8 LLCs under, these different entities and all kinds of shit. And so it's the same thing, except the knowledge and information and knowing how to put it there. And now, to Nomad's point, if you, not only black and brown people, but people who are not, those who don't have the means, which is, the majority of the people. We want that to change, but the people with the means, with the shit, it's working just fine for them.
Hey, bro, let me tell you something.
It's doing the wrong thing the right way.
There's
right? Like you were saying.
Let me explain, man. There's two different psychologies. You're talking about somebody that comes up in a situation where they've never really seen adversity, never really seen struggle, don't know what it's like to be hungry. They go out to eat so much that it's like second nature to them. It's like, I don't want that. No, give me something else. It's like some people grow up with a different psychology versus someone who grew up around people like me that had to eat syrup sandwiches and different things like that. That's
like entitlement.
Yeah, so you got people that had none of that adversity going on versus somebody that had all of that adversity and some. And okay, if his mindset is like, damn, I want to have something. I want something nice. The minute I get some money, I want some nice clothes. I want some nice jewelry. I want a nice car. I want this because I never fucking had it. And so I understand. I've been through this so much it will make your head spin. I understand that because I'm him. You know what I mean? I'm him. I'm just telling you, there's two different psychologies in the world.
So what's funny about what we're talking about, right? I like what you just brought up. So I remember having almost this identical conversation. It was me and a very close friend of mine. Shout out to Mindbender, Addy Stewart. We were in grade 11 English class, and it was with our English teacher. And he was sort of going along the lines of where you are, that, you know, people are generally different, and what one person's upbringing versus another person's upbringing would really sort of leave them in, you know, with completely different perspectives on the world. And we initially agreed with it, and then after talking, we realized that it's not as cut and dry as that, right? So, you know, I'm going to use Paris Hilton as a example here. So, like, what happens if, like, Paris Hilton breaks a nail? In her world, that could be like levels of trauma, because she's in this bubble.
Delusion.
You would call it a delusion, but it's
absolute delusion.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying in her world, though, that's the end of the world for her, given her affluence, her level,
world.
her level.
In
of
her
affluence.
world, that is
traumatic,
a traumatic occurrence.
And okay. And then you have to, like, position that against what you know, the three of us would really call like an actual somebody getting shot,
real life.
I mean, like an actual traumatic occurrence. Yes, the one that we would describe as being traumatic is, and it's levels above, you know, the Paris Hilton example, but for her, it's not.
Hey, all right, let me give you a perfect example because of my life experience will tell you this story too. So I got a homeboy named Joey. He's white. He goes to the school. His dad made him go to the public school because they thought it would teach him something. Didn't need to. Could have went to any private school in the area. They sent him to a public school, him and his other brothers, man. And they become cool. You know what I mean? I get friends with him. And so Joey, us both at the same time, Joey's like a year older than me, so he can go legally get a job. So I'm like 14 or 15. I'm getting paid under the table, you know, doing some shit, man. And I get my first check. He gets his first check. So we get employed doing two different things. This boy working at Pizza Hut or some fucking where. I'm somewhere picking strawberries. And this motherfucker, you know what? The first thing I did when I got my first check, ran to the first fast food restaurant. I've been thinking about this fast food restaurant for months, but moms ain't got no money to go get it for me. I ain't got no money to go get it for me. First time I got some money, that's what I wanted, something to eat. You know what Joey did? Went and bought dope. That's what Joey did, and Joey's still strung out to this day. To this day, Joey's strung out. And you talking about affluence versus poverty, and what the mindset and the psychology is when people get money, and the people that don't know and don't have the knowledge, their first recourse when they get money is to go and try to fill that void that all those voices, all those little holes, they're just trying to fill them. Versus somebody who's already had all of those holes filled, and it's just like, what's next now? Let me go get a blast. That's the psychology in a nutshell.
I don't know. Like I said, that's a little bit different. And when I say that, I mean you both went and filled the void.
Yeah, I guess.
Right? Like you went and filled the void for you. It just
different substances. Yeah.
It's just a different substance, and it was not, you know.
I went and got a gyro. He went and got some cocaine.
Some heroin,
little bit different. I get. Like, I bet you he probably made a couple more bucks than you at the Pizza Hut. Then you were making it.
Both gave you the itis.
No, not really.
Damn, that he
I was willing to do extra to get mine, man. I always
really blew his cash, man. He really blew his money.
And Joey,
But,
Joey he's a fuck up, man. He was,
but that's the thing, though, and just because people have means, or their parents have means, or their family have means, doesn't mean that it's all good in that household.
Oh no,
because there's still.
I've learned that later on. You're right about that, Trip. You're right about that.
They still be.
There was abuse going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. Just because it's all nice and shiny on the outside, don't mean it's all good on the inside.
No.
And the converse of that, just you go to the hood, just because it's all ghetto on the outside, don't mean it's that way on the inside. Because there's loving, peaceful, mature, nurturing families in those ghettos, just like it's pieces of shit families in those gated communities.
I was like, Joey, I was like, who the fuck think about cocaine at our age, man? He's like, dude, my brother, he gave me a bump one time, and so his big brother is the same kind of way, man. They that's crazy, man.
But then they get those scripts for like Adderall and shit.
Man, these motherfuckers.
And so that's why, and the more affluent, the more apt to prescription abuse, because why? They have access to doctors.
I took Joey, his family still has money, but they don't deal with him. Like his parents don't deal with him, his grandparents don't deal with him, because he's out in the street and on this side of the city. And man, it's like as long as he's over there fucking up, we won't have anything to do with him. Wow. But if he comes over here and fucks up, we'll have something to do with him. Joey says, y'all the only ones that treat me like I'm a human. Talking about us black people. And I seen Joey when I first got back here. First thing I did, I said, man, you getting your dirty ass in the truck, and we going to Walmart and getting you some clothes. You're going to the hotel and you're gonna get cleaned up. And I'm gonna do that for you at least. And that's exactly what we did. He got him in the hotel, got him a shower, cleaned him up, put a little money in his pocket. At that time, I'm not buying you no drugs, man. I'm gonna get you some. You want a few dollars to go get you some liquor? You can go get you some liquor. I ain't buying you no fucking drugs, man. Got him cleaned up, and he's okay, man. But his family won't deal with him so long as he's over here.
And I'll knock on wood. I know you have the exact same story about somebody who isn't affluent too.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Got too many to count.
That's what I'm saying. It's got nothing to that, like that experience is just life, man. It's got
no. It's particular, kids, because like if you seen his situation versus mine, like if you saw me growing up versus him growing up, all I daydreamed about and dreamed about at night is I wish I had his house, and I wish we lived somewhere like him. I wish I didn't have to worry about where the next meal is going to come from, or if it's going to be a meal, or all the shit that I got to worry about. I wish I can just. They got nice bikes. We were little boys and shit at the time. What I mean? We jacking for bikes, dude. What are you talking about, man? It's like the mindset.
No. But this is what I'm trying to tell you is like it is and it isn't, because like I'm saying, I know you can turn around and look at somebody who looks just like you, who has had more or less the same life experience as Joey. What you're doing right now is you're projecting you onto Joey, which is like normal for you to do, because I do the same thing.
What do you mean I'm projecting it?
You're looking at Joey's situation through your eyes. You know what I mean? Like through you wish you kind of said it yourself. Like you wish you had the shit that Joey's family had, and potentially like
I know this guy, kids. I know his whole story.
Like and
he got
under normal pretenses, you would probably have preferred being in his shoes, minus his own, minus the Joey part, minus him being a fuck up.
Right, minus the drama.
You know what I mean?
I just want the nice house and my mom not having to struggle, man.
Right. Yeah, man.
Right. You wanted your family in his conditions.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's normal. Don't, like when I'm saying you're projecting, don't get me wrong. It's totally normal, because I've done it. Like I've done the exact same thing. Like what's crazy for me is like I don't know if I can explain this correctly, but I'm gonna try. Like the projects in Canada are different, and I've tried to explain this, I'm sure, on the show at least once. Our projects, to keep cost of living normalized, our projects are actually surrounded by more affluent areas. Project in the middle, more affluent area around it. Keeps the housing prices from skyrocketing for the, like, as opposed to complete segregation where it's, you know, ghetto over here and gated community over there. Skyrocketed housing costs in the gated community versus super low housing prices in the ghetto. Things are kind of normalized, so you can actually progress from the ghetto to the suburbs, or progress from the ghetto to a more affluent situation. We all go to school together. There's no, like, things aren't quite as segregated as they are in the US. It's weird, and they don't sip syrup; they produce it.
Don't get
right on time. Right on time.
Right on time, Scrolls. Right on time. But like it's just a little bit different. So I got the opportunity / misfortune to live with and interact with people with way more paper than I had, especially when I went to high school. They used to send me about 45 minutes out of, like, away from the projects into the boonies to go to school, rich kids. And I was like, you could count the black folks at the school. There was 10 of us. 10 of us. There was maybe a couple Arabs and one Japanese family. White people everywhere. It was crazy. But you get to sort of deal with them and understand them on a different level. Some of them are just like us. Some of them are just like Joey. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. Like, I've been to, like, the first little party I went to with people of that nature was on a golf course. Like, these people lived on the golf course in a massive crib. And like, I got to this crib, and I'm like, holy, like, I've never been to anything like this before. And the girl was like, oh, come, like, let's go check out my backyard. Her backyard is the golf course. No word of a lie. You know what I mean? Like that. I was like, you live on, we got golf carts. We want to take the golf cart up. Okay, we golf carting around. It's crazy. They got a pool, they got all that stuff. And I never seen nothing like this before in my life. Now, these people are normal. And when I say they're normal, ain't no Joey about these people. These people are doing life the way life kind of should be. They're the prime example that I sort of brought up in the first place, where, you know, the parents are teaching the kids that financial knowledge and passing that stuff down so they know what to do.
Understood, man.
But
then there's
also,
Joeys out there, man.
And also just think about the interactions. Like if when people from the hood, let's say you make a suburban friend who has a pool, and so it's like pool party, cool. You know, it doesn't take long for the kid who has the pool to realize I'm not popular, but the pool is. And guess what? So I can be down with these people. But then you also have that same kid, or those same kids who have different personalities, like, hey, I can control these kids with this pool because they want something and I hold the keys to the gate. So, you know, it's either, how do they want to fit in? Do they want friends, or do they want to control? But either way, they will learn a lesson with the interactions.
I wanted to point out something else too, man. I don't know if y'all caught the part when I said Joey doesn't deal with his family and they on another side of the city and we on the other side. He hangs over here and he's more comfortable over here. He said we treat him like humans, like a human. And I want you to know, Joey has been beaten within the inch of his life multiple times over here.
Of course he has.
Because there's a lot of people out here, and Joey's pushy sometimes, you know what I mean? He probably, at least one of them, he probably had it coming. Knowing Joey.
Let's say at least one.
At least one of them. But, you know, other times it might have been people a little less, you know,
receptive to him being in the hood.
tolerant and all that kind of shit that comes with
What you
being
doing
in the
over here?
hood.
You lost?
Yeah, and beat his ass, damn near unalived him a couple times, man. And I'm saying that this is post him getting the shit beat out of him and damn near dying a few times. He's still more comfortable being around us than he is around his own family.
You know how that is, though, right?
I do, but do you?
I do. Because like at some point, and then this will happen this will happen to your next door neighbor too. If he, as we say in the Caribbean, go on like Joey. At some point, your family is going to be like, okay, well, we've done what we need to do for you and with you. There ain't no fixing you, so you can't really come back here. We can't have you. You can't be sleeping on our couch, stinking up our couch. We can't. We can't. So for him, he feels more, not wanted is the wrong word. He feels more comfortable in a situation where he's not going to be judged. And that's what it is for Joe.
Accepted.
I'm not even going to say he's being accepted, because just like you said a minute ago, Trip, somebody in the hood going to be like, what are you doing here? Who invited you to the cookout?
Well, but just think about Joey going to his neighborhood Starbucks. Does he fit in there? I mean, he may fit, complexion wise, but his persona, the way he carries himself, his clothing, he's the druggie. Is he gonna fit in with the prim and propers? So he doesn't fit in amongst his own kind, if you will.
This is what I'm saying.
You won't find it. He's running around here, around train stations and in parks. He's homeless. And you will never find him with somebody that looks like him. Never. It's always
because he does not want to feel judged, and that's all that's about.
It's one of my.
So he's just like everybody else.
Hey, Joey's one of my childhood homeboys. He's white.
JC Hobbs, that's JC and Hobbs. That's kind of where I'm at with it, and that's what I'm trying to sort of put down. It's wild and crazy for everybody, no matter how you slice it. It's a little bit different for all of us, but at the end of the day, even the little traumas that we experience in life, the stresses we experience in life, they're kind of all affect us in the same manner. It's really how you deal with it. And that's why I kind of gave that Paris Hilton view of this thing, because she's an extreme, you know what I mean? It's an extreme view where I can't relate to you. You know what I mean? I'll never experience that level of affluence, and most of us won't. But she still experiences trauma and stress just like all of us do. Just different for her, So it's just one of those little realizations that I came, like I said, I came to this realization at a much younger age, and it was all because of, shout out Mr. Sutherland. It would be just because of a crazy conversation I was having with a really intelligent teacher that I had, probably one of my favorite teachers, period. But the conversation was, again, just rooted on stress and stress levels and how they affect us all differently. At the end of the day, we're all human, we're all people, and we all experience stress.
I remember Joey, last time I saw him, it's still a couple years ago. I ain't seen him in a while. He said, man, I don't know if I can do another one of these winters. I said, where you been doing them at? He's just like, wherever, man. Just, here, there. I just like, man, look. He said, man, can I just, because he came by my house. He said, man, just let me pull up in the shed. I'm like, Joey, you ain't staying in my fucking shed, man. And you ain't staying in my house because your ass stinks. And you ain't. I ain't allowing no other man staying in my house, man. It's just not gonna happen, man. I told him, I gave him game, I know some people at a community center that will give him housing. I gave him game that way. Because he's not gonna change, man. It's been this long. He'll never, ever change, man. If it happens, some epiphany happens, and he turns the other corner. You know, I'd like to see what Joey might be like when he's in his right mind again. Will he change anything?
I was just gonna ask that question. Like, do you feel that Joey might, like, do you think he might have some level of mental illness?
Oh, his ass crazy.
Okay.
Not like crazy, like you would imagine crazy. He's always been
Off. Can't get right.
Yeah, he's always been that. You know what I mean? This is the first motherfucker I've ever seen in my life that will massage his stomach to produce a fart because he thought that was funny. Kind of. I mean, no, he's not crazy. He's
crazy.
He's not crazy.
That's hilarious.
He probably might be hurting, man. You know what I mean?
He's not crazy. He's got intellect.
He's not a character.
He's not crazy. I said no, he's not crazy.
I know
he was just different. Like I know a lot of white people, man. He was just different than most of the white people I ever met in my life because he just refused to assimilate to his whiteness and proximity to it. He just didn't. He just gravitated, and at that time, a white kid with that kind of they had money, man, money to be gravitating to all the people of color and mostly black people. That's crazy to me. You know, if that's why I call it crazy. Like, motherfucker, you got everything in the world. Fuck you doing over here in the hood? Like, you insane? Like, that's what I think of as crazy. Like, motherfucker, get out of here. So no, literally, he's not crazy, bro.
He's not crazy. Okay. I just figured I would ask because, like, again, I know, like Scrolls is saying, you don't normally see homeless white people that's not either mentally ill or strung out. And like, wish I could argue with that as a statement. I know, like, I know one guy. I know, like, this guy and his brother. So his brother, two white dudes. Brother used to make beats and stuff and DJ. Cool cat. His brother, the one I'm really focused on now, used to break dance back in the day, and he was actually he was a good break dancer, tall, good looking guy. I'm saying it because he used to pull chicks all day long. He used to pull women, this guy. And all I know, man, is I went downtown. Gotta be it's probably about a decade ago. I'm walking downtown, and I see this dude banging on the bongos. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? He's like, oh yeah, I'm rocking the beats. I was like, all right. I went about my business. And I came back downtown maybe 6 months later, and he's in the same gear with the same bongos. And I was like, oh, like, you out here, man? He's like, yeah. I don't live with my family anymore. I don't talk to my family anymore. And like, as he's saying it to me, I could see he ain't the same cat that I used to know, man. Same type of thing, man. But you gotta.
Kids, let me tell you something about that. What I learned chemically about people that have, especially for an extended period of time. When I say by extended period of time, it's like literally proven, like a year and a half worth of continuous substance abuse. Like
that'll do it.
It will change you chemically, your brain. It will change your brain chemically. And so it's not only the physical repercussions that it will do to your body, but chemically, your brain it may never return to its original form.
Brother, I'm giving you the white example. I'll give you the black example, and this is my good friend, and he passed away a couple of years ago. But this cat, he moved out to BC. I don't know. He moved out to BC when he was about 23 years old. Left Ontario, went out west. And the thing about when you go out west, there's nothing to do but drugs, like just real talk. You know what I mean? There's nothing to do out there. So odds are you're gonna get into some hard drugs sooner or later, or be involved in some capacity. And what wound up happening to him is he was in a situation that, where he wound up becoming a victim of a home invasion. And when I say a victim, he was kidnapped and held down in this house, and they would not release him for like quite some time. And when they did not release this guy, they had him tied to a chair and they would just pump him full of H. And that was kind of the end of this guy. He eventually wound up getting out of this situation. I don't know what that required, but after that, he was basically strung out and has never been the same person since. Living on park benches, came back to Ontario, couldn't get his situation squared away. Just, jeez. No, Hobbs, who cares what race?
Yeah, I got this. Why would your race make you not love him? I don't know why that thought would go through your head.
No, not at all.
No, man. Yeah. Look, we at the hour mark, and just so for the sake that we keep the show rolling, we can keep talking about these experiences, man. You know, the plethora of experiences I know we've all had, and they're interesting, all of them. You know, a lot of people was watching movies as they were growing up and young. I was living one. You know, I was really living a movie all the time, man. Like the shit I've been through and seen and experienced is worthy of conversation. And I think that's a lot of what happened here. Not just me, Triple R and kids. That's real what we were just talking about, man. Real deal, down to earth stuff that people deal with every day. And I don't give no F's about what color somebody is. I never have, man. And I know a lot of people say that, but I really don't. I don't give no fucks about what your color is. I'm not obsessed with your fucking color.
No, that's why I gave an example of both sides, right? The first example was a white dude playing the bongos. The second example was, again, like, trying not to sort of allude to who this person is, but it's somebody who's you know, again, I consider him my brother, right? Like, we grew up together, and this same type of mental illness / stress / drug addiction affected him just the same way. So, you know, races are what they are, but again, stress affects us all more or less equally.
It does.
Trauma affects us all virtually equally as well.
I'll just say this, man. It's a lot of people that have way more than what they deserve and way more than they need that cry a river over any little thing and whatever. I ain't with that shit. But we're gonna move on to other things, because that can turn into a whole nother hour worth of conversation. And I did something for you, Trips, because you gave me the inkling to do it. I'm gonna show you. What do you think about this? I'm gonna pop for a second because I gotta let the cat in. I'll be right back.
Let's see what. Oh, drinks. All right, cool. Espresso martini. Ingredients: simple syrup, espresso, coffee beans, liqueur, a nice Kahlua, vodka, and a shaker, not stirred. Yeah, it'd be cool, but can't mess with the vodka though. So.
Oh snap! You ain't really messed with no martinis before, Trip?
Well, no, I like martinis. You know, a nice dirty martini. You know, extra olives. You know, especially when the olives are stuffed with the blue cheese. You know what I'm saying? Make it dirty. You know, I like a dirty bitch. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, a nice vodka martini, or if you get gin, you know, those were cool. But then I discovered the clear liquors don't agree with the system no more, and I just can't mess with them like that. So it's like, yeah, I used to enjoy, you know, I might still enjoy a martini, singular, but because the vodka I just can't process it. You know, it's not that I don't like the way it tastes, or
it don't like you.
It don't like me. I can't process it, so it's like, yeah.
So I had one of these recently, actually. My daughter bought it, and I was like, "What are you drinking?" Like, we were at a bar, and I'm drinking. I don't know what the hell I was drinking, but I was like, "What is that?" And hers had like whipped cream and stuff on the top. It was crazy. And she's like, "Oh, you want to taste this?" So I tasted it. It was dope. It was so good. Real talk, super good. And I was like, man, I could probably drink this. It's just a little sweet for my particular blood. but it was super good. Patrick, I'm one of those weirdos who actually likes to mix my uppers and downers.
You know what?
Man, the Irish coffee is delicious.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm back, y'all, because I thought the cat was at the door, but she wasn't. No, man. Number one, I don't. You know what I'm afraid of here? That I won't like coffee no more.
Say what?
Because I wouldn't want them too mixed up on my palate.
Oh, what? What happened?
You got if you like this,
you don't drink coffee. Like just when you wake up in the morning, what do you do?
Put some creamer in it.
You say you do what?
Put a little creamer in it.
Oh, so you do drink coffee?
A little creamer, yeah. What do you think I was saying?
Oh, I heard you say you
no.
don't like
The alcohol and the coffee.
Oh, okay.
I don't want them running into each other.
No, it's a good thing. Like at Triple R, save me here. It's a good thing.
Just get you a Irish coffee.
Yeah.
Get you a Kahlua and cream.
I think if you do this, you probably got some day drinker in you.
Get you some Baileys.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It might inspire day drinking. Don't get me wrong. Like for a minute, so I don't know. It was one Christmas I hit the liquor store and I was like, "What is this?" So JCN hops. I tend not to mess with like. I try not to mix dairy and booze. I try not to do it.
Well, you definitely don't have to do it here.
I'm just saying, like, well, no, there's no dairy in this, right?
Yes, it is. Kahlua.
Kahlua is not really dairy.
It's dairy, bro.
Are you sure?
It's a milk component to that.
It's a cream based.
You can get Kahlua that's just straight without just coffee.
I don't know about milk, but it's cream based.
It's dairy based.
Some kind of lactose in it.
Yeah, it's lactose there.
That kid is looking it up.
I hear you, JCN. Man. People have been trying to get me to try a White Russian forever. I've sipped one, but I'm just like,
I've had one and it was delicious. But because I'm not like me and lactose aren't the greatest friends, like I'm telling you, it was delicious, y'all. But
it's like a kind of like
I had problems the next day. Like me, like you know what I mean. It was not a good scene. See, JCN Hobbs saying the same thing as I'm saying.
I used to serve this, man.
Isn't cream based,
and I checked it out. There is a dairy component to this.
Then what's Bailey's? Isn't that Bailey's cream?
Bailey's is cream based. There is like a coconut cream version of Kahlua. There is a cream based version of Kahlua as well. But normal Kahlua is just coffee liqueur. Like it looks like what you're looking at on the screen. It's just like black liquor. It's not cream based. There's no cream in it.
I come from a couple of generations of bartenders, and not bartenders, but bar owners. And a couple of them, I worked in both of them. And I served Kahlua in both of those generations. And Kahlua definitely has some kind of dairy to it.
Let's see. Kahlua. Ingredients. Hold on. Let me get my spectacles. It's a blend of rum, sugar, and 100% Arabica coffee, sometimes including vanilla. It has flavors. It has storage, White Russian, espresso martini, which we're looking at, Black Russians, mudslides. Is Kahlua the same as Bailey's? No. What is in the Kahlua? Okay. Kahlua is a Mexican coffee liqueur made from 100% Arabica coffee beans, sugar, cane sugar, vanilla bean, and rum.
Yeah, man.
Those are the ingredients.
I'm reading here. One of the misconceptions about Kahlua is that it contains dairy or cream. However, this is not the case. Kahlua is actually dark brown liqueur and does not have a creamy texture. So, like you would be surprised by what is in this here glass in front of us. It's not. There shouldn't be any cream involved at all. You could add cream, again being like a Bailey's or Sheridan's or what have. So like Sheridan's it's like two halves. One half is like a Kahlua coffee liqueur, and the other half is like a cream liqueur like Bailey's. So I picked that up one Christmas, man. And yo, like every morning through the Christmas holidays, yo, we drinking. I'm drinking, I'm putting that in my coffee. It's damn good. No sugar, no sweetener in my coffee, just Sheridan's. Damn, Sheridan's is good stuff.
I had no concept of what this even was, and what 15 years ago, I had no concept. So one of the kids that I used to mentor and counsel, they had a therapist they had to see. And she did a monthly schedule for all the kids, and she used to be like, hey, she'll let you know a couple of days ahead of time. I need to see this kid, that kid, this kid, that kid, whatever. And you bring them over there, and she does a session with them. So one day, I always thought the lady was weird. She looked like a cat lady, old cat lady to me. But anyway, so I went and pull this kid named Frankie, and I'm taking him to go see the damn psychiatrist. Man, listen, that boy is just like, man, come on, man. I want to go see her. Her breath stink. Like, what you talking about, man? She said her breath stink. Smell like somebody she been drinking liquor and coffee. I'm just like, hey, what you talking about, man? I took him to it. Man, she comes out there and gets right in his face. I take him over there, and we get to the door. She gets down. Now, Frankie's a little bitty 6-year-old boy. She bends down, gets right in his fucking face. Blowing right in his face. He was just like, ugh, your breath stink. What you been drinking? I looked at her, she looked at me, and she's like, wow, Frankie, why would you think I'm drinking something? Then the air gets up to my face. And I'm just like, holy shit. Anyway, me, I'm not one to snitch and be tricking on people and getting people in trouble. That's not me. So what I did, I had plans on before I left the shift to go find her and talk to her. But she found me. And she gave me her entire life story in about 45 minutes. I'm standing there listening to this lady talk. She blowing me away with her breath. And she's drinking this shit with a whole bunch of vodka in it. I was like, what the? I had no idea, no concept of what an espresso martini was. She had it in a fucking thermos.
Well, that was the vodka was the alcohol that alcoholics drink to think that no one will know because they can't smell it. But
yes, you can.
People know. Yes,
that's a misconception.
PCA with that home run in the bottom of the ninth. Let's go.
That's a misconception. I don't know who thought that.
Yes, you can smell it.
Yeah, you can. But back to the whole coffee thing. First of all, I don't know if there's a brown liquor that does not go well with coffee. You get a cup of coffee, you get a double shot of whiskey, shot of scotch,
there's a brandy recipe.
Bourbon.
There's a brandy recipe I almost did.
Brandy?
I was like, man, somebody gonna turn their nose up if I do a brandy one.
Oh no, but coffee is a good mixer with stuff like that. Especially if you don't like Bloody Marys, but you want a little hair of the dog, or you just want to get a little nip, before a little nip and tuck before you go to work or whatever you got to do in the morning with your coffees. I mean, so yes, there's plenty of liquors or alcohol that can go in coffee, but probably shouldn't. But especially like if you a teacher or a counselor or anything with children's or professional, you shouldn't have no alcohol in your thermos at work.
Hey, JCN, trust me when I tell you, whoever came up with this concept definitely had problems, bro. Definitely had problems. They just like, how do I blend my night into my morning? Welcome espresso martini into the world.
Yeah. Shout out Jose, man. Shout out to homie Jose. Oh, snap. Look, Like I'm telling you, there's been a couple of times, man. Like there's definitely been a couple of times where I've had my I've had something along these lines. Had a good stiff Sheridan Field coffee at the office, and sometimes you just got to do it.
Only time I came close to mixing the upper with the downer like that is I mixed some I don't know if it was I can't remember whether it was Tito's or some Don Julio, some either some tequila or some vodka with a Monster, and not a Monster, but it was a Rockstar energy drink.
Okay, I was just gonna say, you ever do like what is it called again? A Jager bomb?
No,
Mm.
I tasted one, but I didn't like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's another name for that. There's a Jaeger bomb. Then what is it? Oh, that's the Irish car bomb. Different bombs.
Okay.
My bad.
Okay.
But yeah, I've done both bombs.
Yeah, man, Jager bomb's great stuff, man. That's just straight up Red Bull and Jaeger. And you hit 3 of those, and like I'm just gonna tell you, at my old age, my personal age, I'm having a great night, guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? I'm not falling asleep for anything.
I didn't like it, man. I mixed the two together one time in my life, and I didn't like it. I felt weird. I didn't know whether I wanted to go down or punch you in your fucking face.
Well, that's the thing. Might happen. It does that, but once you get past that that initial taste of like, this ain't nothing but cough syrup, then it's like, oh yeah, let's party. I love you, man.
It's cough syrup will kick your ass. Let's go. And like I'm saying, I'm good. Y'all, do y'all have Rev? We're up there. Rev?
We have who?
Rev.
Rev. Not familiar.
No.
What is it?
America's a different place. I'm gonna show you. Just keep talking.
Sounds like an energy drink or something. You see, I don't do energy drinks, because make your heart explode.
This kind of thing is, energy drink mixed with vodka is basically what it is.
That's
espresso. Espresso. I mean, it's more of a natural energy drink, I say, than like a Red Bull or Monster, any of those.
Mm-hmm.
Like a double espresso. Have you bouncing off the walls. Indeed.
Well, that's the only time. There's a couple of times I ever felt weird in my life, and it was messing around with shit like this. And then one time I messed around and had to take some Benadryl before I went to the pool hall to go shoot a match, and ended up drinking. Boy, I didn't know whether I was coming or going. I felt like I was sitting beside myself. I'm like,
but I bet your sinuses felt great.
Oh, I felt good, but I just like,
oh yeah, I felt good. Shit.
Like, what? It's so uniquely. I advise nobody to try it, but the feeling was so unique with my body chemistry, and it was new to my body. I don't take drugs at all, over-the-counter drugs, none of that shit, man. And I needed them, and I took it just to go shoot my match. And man, dude, I felt so beside myself. I was like, I'm never doing that shit again.
Svetka.
Well, yeah, I would show you. Sorry, y'all. I would show you Rev, but I can't get it past the espresso martini will block it out. Anyway, so Rev is like Monster with booze in it, prepackaged, and they sell it at the liquor store here in Canada.
Oh yeah, they sell that stuff here, but I don't partake, so I don't pay no attention. But they have the energy drink slash alcohol booze? Infused.
Yeah. My boy drinks this all the time, man.
He's gonna have kidney problems, liver problems.
We clown him so bad, man. He gets wasted off this stuff, but he's like, you know what? It's cheap. It's like $3. I was like, oh, for real? Snap! Like maybe
I like that.
You know what I mean? Like maybe I gotta get a couple of Rev in me. You know what I mean?
I like that JCN. A little like some orange, Sunkist.
Maybe with some Sunkist strawberry. It's so hard to find those flavors of Sunkist, but they're so delicious.
So
Sunkist crushed ice in there. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds actually good.
Shit, wait, Bush, I might have to get me a little beverage right now. Shit.
We got some more beverage going on. And trips kind of inspired me to go back here. I know we did this before.
I'm an inspiration. That's what I do.
This is a different one. We did sangria before, but not so much.
Red sangria.
Broken into Chicago right there.
Ay, Chihuahua. Ingredients: oranges, apples, blueberries, strawberries, cinnamon stick, sugar, brandy, and red wine.
What do you like about this and what you don't like?
Well, I like it because usually if I'm drinking red sangria, that means I'm eating some tapas. And it's a beautiful thing, you know, to munch on those little things and down some red sangria. Shout out to Uncle Julio's Hacienda, you know, North Avenue. That was the spot. But yeah, I mean it's sweet, it's fruity, but every time I've had it, it was with, you know what I mean, a dish of its country of origin, you know, something south of the border. So it's always a compliment to that. You know, I've never just had sangria just sipping on it.
Well, there's a lot of people out here that will see all of the fruit and all of that going on top of the cinnamon stick and the sugar and be like, man, that's a lot going on. That's about the only thing I would omit from this drink is the sugar, because I like the natural sugars. I just prefer that. You know what I mean? That's the only thing. But trust me when I tell you, every single bit of these ingredients, here's the key to making a really good sangria. Let it soak for as long as you can let it soak for serving. That's the key. Soak. And so, I mean, the flavor of a sangria, man, that red wine, I might substitute that brandy for a little whiskey or something. Maybe even a vodka. I might do that too. But I mean, you go for what you know as far as what kind of liquor you want to put in here. But man, sangria is some of the best drink I've ever had in my life. A really good sangria is hard to beat.
See, much like Triple R with the vodka, me and the wine aren't friends, so that's where you're losing me, unfortunately. I'm also not friends with Brandy. I don't like her. Not a friend.
She's a fine girl. Oh, Tahitian. What you know about Tahitian treat?
Oh, we got that out here too.
You don't know nothing about no Tahitian treat. You said Tahitian party. It's not Tahitian party.
In the hood, ain't it?
Tahitian treat, isn't it?
Yeah, we got that out here too.
Treat. Or is it island? It's one Tahitian treat. Yeah, but he's JCN saying they got the Starburst for $1.49 at his local gas station. That's probably the 2 liters. You know, I don't do the 2 liters of pop anymore. You know, sugar and all that. But if I come across a can and you know, and it's like, man, and I'm out someplace and having a burger or whatever, I will get a can. But Sunkist makes the best fruit flavors, you know, the strawberry, the orange, and the grape. And I had one a peach when they had like the special flavors. It's like, oh, and they had a peach, but yeah. Oh, Tahitian treat fell off. How did it fall off? It's just sugar. It's just red sugar.
The fruit punch is where it was at. That was.
Oh, you mean the cans of like the high C that you had to open with the can openers?
Man, dude. Now back to this sangria.
They had the flavors too.
I had a sangria with all of this going on, similar to this right here, with the sparkling wine, and I think vodka in it. And so you don't think of sparkling wine, any kind of fizz is necessarily, you know, relatable to a sangria, but people, you know, they mess around with the recipes, man. And I went somewhere in where was I at? Freaking oh fuck, where was I? Somewhere in the Atlanta area, somewhere around Atlantic Station. One of my me and one of my co-workers went up in there and we went to a Latino restaurant. And I'm telling you, that might have been the best sangria I ever had, with sparkling wine and something else. I forgot what she said. She put in sparkling wine and some champagne. I don't know what it was, but it was good as shit. We went right through the first pitch of it like it was nothing. On the job. Driving. And I regret that today, man, because we was dusted when we left up out of there. When I tell you we was dusted, we was right. But we made it on back, man. But yeah, man, sangria is some of the best depending on where you go to get sangria, and it's going to taste different. Everybody doesn't make it the same. They don't put the same things in it.
And like Red Baron is saying here, we're talking about Tahitian treat. Said it tastes like chemicals now instead of sugar. So the drinks, the mixers, they are all different now. With their artificial flavors and substitutes and science created stuff. So the flavors that our taste buds are accustomed to, they're different. You can tell the difference between like a generic, cola and a real cola. So if you substitute, a Christian Brothers brandy for a different, higher or lower shelf brandy, I don't know if it gets much lower than Christian Brothers, but that could change the flavor profile. Are you using fresh fruits or frozen fruits? Changes the flavor profile. The quality of the wine you're using, changes the flavor profile. So, you could go to the same establishment, order the same beverage, and expect it to be the same. But if they change any one of those ingredients, it's going to be like, something's a little off.
Yeah, you got to be open to everybody's interpretation of whatever. You know what I mean? Your interpretation of spaghetti and meatballs ain't the same as somebody else's interpretation of it. And so I'm open. I'm always open like that. If it ain't right, it ain't right. And I'll be like, oh, I ain't coming back here. But that's just how it is. But you go from place to place, nothing gonna be the same, man. And that's what people end up rating, what they think is good and what they think is not. So I've never really had a bad sangria. If I did, I didn't know I was having a bad one. I mean, but
but that's the thing, though. Any bad drink, by the time you have the second one, it don't matter.
Man, dog, I've dusted some mug. I mean, some pictures of this. These trips. I mean, for you,
because like you're right, they come in a picture. First of all, that's the first mistake. Because you see a picture of something on your table, you gonna have the picture. So you get that first glass, and it's like, man, this don't even taste right. But like 3/4 of the way through that picture, you don't forget how that shit's supposed to taste. And it's like the thing you drinking right now is delicious.
Oh, some of it literally is, man. I drank some of this and it felt like grandma threw her damn slipper in here or something. Cause this shit is crazy good. Like trips, I ain't gonna say no shit out loud, but you talking about being healthy, man, and trying to maintain healthy. This is a great drink to do with natural sugar. To keep around, I mean, especially in the summer months.
Oh yeah. It's just I mean, if you look at the ingredients, if you keep some of those fruits in the freezer, frozen, you're good. Cinnamon stickers in your spice cabinet sugar, you're good. Brandy is not just something that you just drink on every night normally. Well, not me. So you can get a bottle of brandy and it'll be on the top of the fridge or in your liquor cabinet for months. Red wine, they just be chilling. So sangria, theoretically, if you keep a halfway decent home bar, you should be able to whip this up at any time. So all year long, you just want to have a little flavor, little red sangria, chihuahua. I mean, you can whip it up. Nothing very technical, nothing out of the ordinary, liqueurs or anything. This is just something that's like,
And in this drink, I encourage you. In the one we were talking about before, the hot ash, don't eat the fruit. In this one, eat all the fruit.
And the thing is, even if you don't consume the liquid, if you just eat the fruit, you'll get a nice little buzz.
It's a delicious drink, man. And because I don't put sugar in the ones, I'm gonna get my girlfriend. We was chilling to some Moscato just last night, but yeah, we gonna get on some of this summer, hard.
And it's a good summer drink because it's fruity, it's icy, and it's the red wine and the brandy aren't, let's say, sweat inducing beverages.
Females dig this shit.
Yeah, women love sangria. Well, I think it's just because it's an excuse to drink wine.
And then then if you don't have these flavors, just go find you some sangria flavored Boone's Farm.
Hold on. I got to get this off the screen for a second. Because
you like that one? That was good.
No, you just triggered a thought.
Did I really?
You brought that up because me and my girlfriend were just talking literally last night, and we was talking about that Moscato we were sipping on, and we had just got through watching a video of this is a white chick. She just spazzed completely the fuck out, and all she had was some wine. And I said, you know what? I remember I don't know if it was a few weeks ago, a couple months ago, whatever it was. I remember Ken says he gets belligerent than a motherfucker whenever he drinks wine. I was just like, motherfucker, something's wrong with your body chemistry then. The only people I know that go crazy, like off the chain crazy when they drink wine, are white women that I've ever met in my life. You the only black person I ever known in my life. Because most other people I know, they chill the fuck out when they drink wine.
Well, everybody has that different reaction. Get that white girl wasted.
Stay close to me.
Red. Yeah, UB40. That was my shit. I love you, UB40. Don't fuck around. But remember the big jugs of the red sangria? The same people that made the Martini Rossi Spumantes, and those big jugs with the little finger hole in them that you.
Funny man, those two I can drink though. I don't know if it has everything to do with Eric Sermon or nothing to do with Eric Sermon, but I don't mind. I don't mind Aussie Spumante or.
But they have a red sangria flavor, the same manufacturer.
Oh, they do?
Because it was in the same kind of jug. Notice I don't say bottle, I say jug.
Hey man, hold on.
One of those big things that you with the finger hole in it.
I'm just trying to figure out what's wrong with this cat, man. What's wrong with you, man?
With who? Me?
What, the alcohol?
I don't like wine.
Well, some wines it gives me a headache just off rip. So I can't drink like cheap, all the cheap wine I want because I will have a headache. Whereas other stuff I can drink and there's no big deal. So it just depends on body reaction to the substance. Now, is it the same reaction with white wine and red wine?
Well, hold on, Trips. You talking about a jug that had like you put your finger in it? You talking about that
like you turned up like the pirates and shit.
Talking about one of them jugs, like one of my uncles still got like probably $1,000 worth of coins in.
Yeah, it got XXX on it, like in the cartoons.
No, this one you can see through.
Yeah. Because it was like that real thick glass. And it got the label on the front, and then it had red sangrias. And then it's like it was awkward to hold because you had to put your finger in there and then you had to turn it around, lay it on your arm, and turn it up like that to drink.
This guy right here will try to unalive you if you go anywhere near that jug. He treats it like it's supposed to be in the Smithsonian.
Yeah, those are collector's items nowadays because they don't make them like that anymore.
JCN said, other than that, it's Evan Williams. Yeah. That's some bad stuff right there, bro. That's some bad stuff. All right, we got to get to some foodie food. I got a feeling this is going to be right up Kids' alley. I don't even remember if we did this or not, but
what are we eating now?
What we eating? You going to like it?
Okay, I think we did this, though.
I don't think we did.
Did we do this?
Probably did something similar, some fajitas.
Maybe it was beef and broccoli.
It might have been beef Colonel Sal, Captain Sal.
I don't think we did pepper steak.
Colonel Chow. What's his name?
General Tao.
General Tao. There, thank you.
But did we do General Tao? I don't think we did like General Tao beef.
I thought we did beef.
I think we did General Tao chicken. All right. So pepper steak. Like this is good stuff. Ingredients: onion, bell pepper, minced garlic, salt and pepper, cornstarch, beef broth, Worcestershire, butchered that, hoisin sauce. Oh, I didn't realize hoisin was in there.
Got that little
Scallions
sweet kick.
and sirloin steak. Yeah, the hoisin is the like the hoisin and the Worcestershire. The Who's Your Sister? That's
It's optional. It's optional.
I know it's optional, but that's the kicker here. That would really pull this thing together, bro.
I
Those
mean,
two, damn.
you get the right brand of hoisin. That's definitely gonna make it. That's gonna take it to another level.
I'm a sucker for hoisin, man. I put that shit on everything.
I've used fish sauce in this dish. I've used
you put fish sauce in it?
Fish sauce, oyster sauce, shrimp sauce, all three.
Yeah, that gives it that deeper Asian edamame.
I thought edamame was a bean.
That's different, but maybe it's udamame. The levels of flavor.
Okay.
You can't use too much of it. You just give it
Imame.
Yeah, I'm not Asian, so I could be wrong as well.
Do you remember the first time you used oyster sauce on something? Okay.
Yeah, it was definitely sushi.
Did you enter that part of it into your dish gingerly, or did you go all this?
Oh, but it's sushi though. Like you can't.
I'm talking about cooking something, man.
I don't know if I've. Okay, so I've definitely put an oyster sauce in the stuff that I was cooking. It was a soup, and I put a handsome amount in there, and it because it was a soup, it worked out really well. But it can overpower your whole. If it wasn't a soup, you know what I mean. It could overpower your whole dish. First time I had hoisin. Yeah, see, it's not edamame. It's
my mame, you mame.
Thank you, Scrolls. I was like, edamame is like beans. It's like a bean.
Ooh,
my wife eats them all. Like my wife and my daughter like edamame. It's just like it's like
pinto
beans. When you're eating sushi, it's just pickled beans. Just get a plate full of beans. And you want some edamame? I'm like, why would I didn't come here to eat just beans though. You know what I mean? Let me get some real food. And I ate the real food. But yeah, I had oyster sauce with sushi. It was like a certain type of sushi, and there was like a little bowl, like a little tiny little bowl, one with soy sauce and the other with oyster sauce in it. And first I went with the soy sauce, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's regular ass soy sauce. It's salty, but what's this other stuff? And I tried the oyster, and I was damn, like oyster sauce is dope. I put this on, like I found something else to put this on, so threw it in a soup, worked out pretty well. So now I put hoisin in my soup all the time.
So here's to me the secret to maintaining and keeping this dish right where it needs to be. Easy with the salt and pepper. Matter of fact, don't even use none at first. Ooh. Don't even freaking use none. Put the salt and pepper to the side and put all of this together first. With the hoisin, the Worcestershire, it's got a significant amount of salt in it in the first place.
You could substitute with soy as well if you wanted to.
You could.
Yeah,
soy and like a half tablespoon of sugar.
I just particular I like Worcestershire better. I use soy on some things.
You can do both.
Yeah. I mean that's a bit much, but you can. But yeah, just stay away from the salt and pepper. Let this come together. And once you right before you put the hoisin on it, give it a taste. Then put the hoisin on it, give it another taste. And if you feel like, all right, you need a little bit more salt and pepper on it, then go in. But other than that, at the very minimum, salt and pepper your beef before you cook it, because you got to brown it. But do a light salt and pepper. Just generally season that thing and let it cook, man. You don't have to this is not a complicated dish whatsoever. This is very, very simple. Done in actually less than an hour, 30 minutes, you're done with this dish. But me, I like my peppers and onions a little more sauteed and soft. I don't like crunchy onions and peppers here. But that's just me and my taste buds.
See, I'm like that too, man. I like my vegetables cooked through. A lot of people like their vegetables super crunchy, like my wife and my daughter. They think I'm crazy. I like my vegetables mushy. Just me.
Yeah, I'm like that, man. I just it took me so long to eat the onions and the peppers.
In the first place. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm right down the same way, man. But then when you finally realize, recognize the extreme dopeness of onions and peppers, you can put that in everything you could possibly put it in.
Well, yeah, but of course, pepper steak is good, but pepper steak with some pineapple chunks is better.
Well, that's not pepper. You know what's crazy? I've actually made this. It is so good, Trip.
Ooh, before you answer that, FFG got a good question for either one of you. Would you go with the rice or the noodles?
Shit, both. I mean, not at the same time.
Yeah,
but
either and or is
right.
what he's trying to say.
One time you have it, you go with the rice, and then the next time you have it, go with the noodles. Switch it up.
For me, it's more of a question of would you go fat noodle or or skinny noodle,
whatever noodle you got.
Yeah, okay. You ain't
because that's if if you are somebody who buys the same thing all the time, it's like, this is my brand of noodle that I get, and it's always fat, and it always comes from this store, or I prefer the skinny ones, or I prefer this basmati rice or brown rice. It's just preferences. You may like the green pepper and the red pepper versus the just the orange bell pepper, or the yellow onion versus the white onion. All of those little differences are little differences, but overall, the meal is meat, vegetables, and flavor.
You ain't lying. Pepper steak is so underrated. My mom used to make this when I was a kid. At a time when I didn't eat the peppers and onions.
Were you good with steak when you were a kid, though?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever we can get it, hell yeah.
Yeah, this was the way in the hood to stretch a steak.
Yeah, you're damn straight.
Deep ass steak.
You're damn straight. My mom used to make this for me all the time. And what I'm trying to tell you is, like, as a kid, I didn't really mess with steak. I hated steak, actually.
Wow.
It was funny. My daughter, I was talking to my daughter.
In a particular way or something?
Well, no, it does. Well, here's before you go, kids, I would say it this way. I did not like this the way certain people made it because they overcooked the steak. So it would always be tough. So I'd be like, yeah, this is horrible. But once you have it to where, the steak is actually tender, it's like a totally different dish. All right,
you are so bang on, because that's exactly what my problem was. It was like a whole bunch of unnecessary chewing for no good reason. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're chewing and chewing and chewing and chewing. And I've had enough.
Okay. So basically, texture.
Gotcha. Yeah. That's really what it wasn't, the flavor or anything like that, but it was just like, man, I got to eat this steak, man. I'm gonna be here for like 45 minutes. Just
also, there's a difference to the texture if you marinate the steak beforehand.
Yeah,
as opposed to just slicing up, seasoning, throwing it in there.
Yes, man. Like if you want your steak, especially for this dish, whatever your favorite marinade and flavors, I'm not going to tell you how to go about that. You can marinate, and that's going to definitely break that shit down. And to be honest with you, the best way to cook this, I've learned, if you got a flat top, like I got a flat top I can put right over my stove right now and cook it on there. That's just, to me, for whatever reason, it just comes off better. And it's a cast iron flat top. It's like a griddle. It just comes off better to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the way you cook it, how you cook it, what you cook it on. But you want to make sure you go with a low heat, because a higher heat will dry out, the meat and vegetables because they're so thin. So you want to, and like Patrick is saying, you velvet steak with baking soda that makes it tender. That's
good advice.
true as well. So you marinate it, you got the baking soda and all that, and it's nice and soft, and it's not chewy. It's almost a melt in your mouth kind of consistency, even though it does stay in its cut portions. It doesn't fall apart.
Hey, JCN says pepper steak or stuffed peppers. For sure, pepper steak for me.
Oh,
stuffed peppers is way too much pepper for me, bro. I can barely deal with the peppers as it is, but stuffed peppers, even though my girlfriend can make the shit out of it.
Well, stuffed peppers are more economical because you did get one pepper or however many you're making and some ground beef that you're stuffing them up in there with, as opposed to having to buy a steak.
So, and that's the key. Like the key is who's frying the ground beef is really the key for me.
There's no
I'm frying the ground beef
for the stuffed pepper.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. If I'm the one who's cooking the ground beef, fire. I'll go stuffed peppers all day long. Like I cook the hell out of some ground beef. It'll be nice and spicy and seasoned and flavorful. You know what I mean? Like that's how it's coming out of them peppers. So yeah, I'll actually do that over pepper steak, to be honest with you. I like pepper steak, especially marinade, like soft, tender marinated pepper steak. But I think I would do the stuffed peppers instead.
Yeah, Asian restaurants soak the beef in baking soda to make it tender.
Little trick to the
trade. I didn't know that trick,
Yeah.
man. I didn't know that. So shout out to both Scrolls and Patrick Higgins on that.
Little trick to the trade, huh?
Yeah.
Baking soda.
Yeah, it's you don't taste the baking soda, obviously, but the difference that it makes with the science that it does with the meat blinded me with. In the tenderization of the meat and all the science shit that it does in there, but it makes a difference that you will notice.
All right, I assume that baking soda is probably some watery mix or like that. You ain't just dropping it into a bunch of powdery ass baking soda. I don't know, but
it's
you have to rinse off the baking soda before cooking it though. Like that's
you don't cook it with the baking soda on it. It's more of a I think it's put baking soda on it both sides, then let it soak in for like 5 minutes, and then I believe you rinse it off and put it in your marinade from there. Yeah, because you don't cook it with the baking soda on it. So it's like a salt wash before the marinade, but it's a baking soda rinse.
I bet it does taste better if you don't.
Yeah, and then you go from the baking soda after you rinse that, then into your Asian marinade to give it those flavors or umami, if you will, and then you going into your dish.
I like that. I use that all the time.
He said makes your meat soft like a kid's knocking on your bedroom door.
Oh, settle down. Settle down. What you doing in there? Nothing.
Your mama busy?
Only reason I know that because I ran into too many females with kids, man. Too many.
See your mama busy. That's a doom. That's an MF Doom rap. Man.
Messing everything up, boy. All right, man. We got one more dish to talk about real quick. I think you're gonna like this one as well, fellas.
Oh yeah, cheeseburger pie. Ingredients: onion, bell pepper, garlic, eggs, milk, pancake mix, ground beef, and cheddar cheese.
And for the people who are keto friendly, there's a way to get around this. There's a way to get around it. But go ahead. I don't want to interrupt no more. You guys. And this is a real strong keto meal to apply, man. I love hamburger anything, cheeseburger anything. And you mean to tell me I can eat this while I'm on a diet? This is kind of, you take the pancake mix out of this,
Yeah,
for a vegetable, you're all right.
Man,
and
but you put the
substitute it
pancake mix
for
in it, you can have it for breakfast.
Wait a minute, hold on. Say one at a time. What you say, kids?
What do you substitute the pancake mix for?
Well, you can do some. You can make some like I would make mashed potatoes out of yellow squash.
Okay, I was gonna say cauliflower, but that would work.
Cauliflower too. That's
Okay.
probably a better way to go about it.
So that's how we do shepherd. Like, I don't, if you're familiar with shepherd's pie, which is similar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how we do like a keto shepherd's pie. We mash down, you know, a little bit of butter, mash down some cauliflower, put that on top, and then the rest is the rest. But similar. Okay.
Yeah, I can do this. Either, you know what? Actually, cauliflower is a better option here, man, because what I would do to that cauliflower before I sit it under that, I'm gonna season the dog shit out of it, put some butter in it,
Yeah.
make it real nice. You can use all kinds of sour cream or anything you want to make that thing. I'll make it a dish before I put it under the dish.
Yeah. Right on.
This is a very healthy, keto friendly meal. Very healthy. You know, you once you're on a keto diet, you need fat. You need fat.
Yes, you do, and that's where butter, like real, not margarine, but real butter. Like I haven't had margarine, God, since 2016. It's been 10. Wow, it's 10 years since I've had margarine. But you and another layer of cheese. There's fat in the cheese too. So
way to do that. I love that.
I would even, if I was making, see, you got milk in there. If I'm making the mash, I wouldn't use milk. I would use cream, even a little bit of fat in the cream as well. But that would work out real good, man.
How about substituting ketchup for maple syrup?
So that's brilliant. It has everything to do with just like ketchup. Honestly, I think it's probably the one thing that I've cut out of, like one of the main things that I've cut out of my life that has allowed me to lose a fair amount of weight. Just taking ketchup out of the mix, the amount of sugar that's in good old, like the Heinz Corporation is trying to put us in the dirt. I'm just saying, man. The amount of sugar and unnecessary stuff that's in Heinz ketchup is an egregious affair. What's interesting though is they actually have a really close to flavor profile sugar-free version of Heinz, like from the Heinz Corporation. I wish I could say that it's not good. It's good. It's very close. So I had to sort of wean myself because
Science.
You know what I mean? I used to put ketchup on everything, man. Just the way she goes. But yes, you could use a little maple syrup instead. It'd be a different kick. It'd give you a different kick, but
well, I mean, with the pancake mix in there, the pancake in there. So you got the sweet, you got the savory. It's no different than having like a cheese omelet, with beef on it, or kind of meat omelet, with syrup on it. So, but the point being, syrup is
allegedly. Like Patrick's looking out for me. Patrick's looking out for me, man.
Can I give you a quick tip?
Patrick Higgins, dog.
Quick tip for anybody that wants to. Quick tip anybody that wants to try this, make sure, and I know it should be universal understanding, but it's not. Make sure you get a can of canola oil or some kind of cooking spray to douse your pan, or you're gonna F this up royally. You're gonna F this up because it's gonna be stuck to everything.
You're damn straight. So again, for the keto savvy, I would stay away from the canola oil. That's one of those other things you kind of want to cut out.
Olive oil spray, it don't matter.
That's what I would suggest right there. I would suggest olive, maybe even coconut, except coconut would wreck the flavor profile of what you're trying to cook. All I got to say about that. The oils. Yeah. I can't stress enough that that sesame seed oil and chicken is like my new favorite thing in the world.
Okay.
Fry some chicken with some sesame seed oil, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Do you fry it like in all sesame seed oil, or just like a little oil for taste?
Well, I don't think he's frying chicken the same
Well,
way.
because sesame seed oil is like expensive.
Not deep fried.
So yeah, he's just putting that shit in the pan and just turning it over.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So pan
I'm
fried.
either turning it over pan fried or in an air fryer, as for instance. So if I'm cooking chicken wings, I'll season them, I'll spice them, but I'll toss them in just like a little bit of sesame seed oil in the bowl. Just toss them, dump that into the air fryer, and I'm telling you, man, they come out delicious. Like,
does it give like a little Asian flavor to it?
You know what I'm saying? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Like when you walk into an Asian food buffet, the smell of their chicken wings, that's what I'm talking about. Right there. That's what you're getting.
Well, that's the thing about the difference to me when I always get any fried chicken from a Chinese food place is because they're frying it in that oil, with the sesame in there, with the egg rolls in there, with all of the other Asian flavors that they cook. And so now that chicken wing has that Asian flavor to it. And that's what always made it stand out, because sesame oil is a little goes a long way with its flavoring.
And that's what I'm saying. Like I put like maybe a teaspoon in there, maybe just a little bit more than that, and I toss it so that it kind of, it's oil, so it's going to cover it anyways. You just toss it around in a good old bowl, dump that in your air fryer. And the air fryer, you don't really need any oil at all, but it gives it that flavor, so it works out so well.
Quick question, fellas. I like, how many bites does it take you to finish a wing? Like, I met people that just stick the whole wing in their mouth and come back with none but memories.
What did you just say? Like, how long does it take you to eat a chicken?
How many bites?
Am I in public or at home?
I don't care where you at home when you just to your carnivore self.
About 8, 9.
8 or 9 bites for a chicken wing?
Lying now. Stop, man.
I mean that when I'm done with my bones, there's nothing left on it fiber wise. So I mean, there. What do you call it? Like if you were to drop it in a tank with piranhas, and you know how they would take like every little piece of gristle and fat, everything off.
Right to the bottom.
You're pissing off piranhas, is what you're saying.
Yeah. There's I don't do that as much in public, because you can't enjoy sucking on nothing as a grown man in public no more. So I got to do that at home.
Thanks to people like you, we got to pause every damn thing.
Right. You know what I'm saying? I can't enjoy my wings with somebody all up in my face. I'm about
I'm sorry, y'all.
And then you look up one day and you find yourself on the internet sucking the hell out of some wing, and now you're a meme. You just can't do it. Can't do it in public no more at all.
So no more than 4 bites. Like it's what's funny, man. I went to a work lunch, and this is in about 2013. Went to a work lunch with these guys on my team at the office at the time. And we go and we all get a plate, mad chicken wings, because it was like 1 cent wing night. Mad chicken wings. I sit down in front of the senior guy. He's a VP of operations. And I start eating my chicken wings, and he's just looking at me, nodding, bro, just like, respect due. And he goes, "You, sir, you have a special technique." That's all he had to say about it. I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Your chicken wing technique is,
First of all, you're looking at me a little too close on my mouth.
You know what's going on, but like for me, on the flats, pop the bone out, boom, 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 it's gone. Like sometimes it's pop the bone out, gone.
Oh well, see,
one-handed. You don't need two hands.
Yeah, I gotta split the two. I bite it right where I need to bite it, so that when I break them bones apart, I pull one of them out. It's gonna have a little bit of meat on it, and you get that little shrapnel off of there, and then you get to the rest of that bad boy. So literally 3, maybe 4 bites on a flat.
Yeah. 4
And
bites
then
on a
flipper,
flat.
you gotta have
Maximum,
a flipper.
sometimes 2. But you're about the flipper?
Oh, you gotta have a flip. Well,
Yeah.
nowadays they be shortchanging and don't be having the flippers at all.
I'm eating
But
that.
I like the flipper. I mean, flipper's part of the wing.
I'm eating that hand. Not in public, but when I'm at home, that motherfucker's getting dusted.
I'm not like, for me, it just gets in the way of the job I'm trying to like accomplish.
Well, you ain't trying to get all the meat and all this. It's all there.
There's like stuff in there, but like it as far as my technique is, it just throws my technique off.
Hey,
You know
bro,
what I mean?
let me tell you something. If you got whole wings and you're ready to cook up some wings at the crib, right? Tell you something, man. Hack them bad boys up into 3 pieces, each and every one of them. While you're getting your other wing, the real stuff ready, start cooking those little flappers he's talking about. While you're getting everything seasoned up, battered up, or whatever you're about to do with them, let them things get brown and they floating for a good while. And them bad boys are gonna be damn near like potato chips when you pull them out.
Mm-hmm. Nice and crispy. Because the bones are small enough that you can
crunch
chew them
through
up.
if you want to chew through. Like I know what you're saying. I'm about my technique, man. That's all. I just need my flats and my I don't know, I guess you call them like legs. Drums. Thank you, drumstick. That's all I need, man. I don't need the flappers. I'll live without it. It's extra shit. Like it's like you want the flappers?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking.
It's part of the wing. Shit, I want if I order a wing, I expect 3 pieces of the wing: the drum, the flapper, and the flat, and the other part.
It's funny, man, because I just bought a bunch of meat, man, and they're asking me. I was like, "Oh, y'all got chicken wings?" They're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay, like, we gonna do this thing, then. I'm gonna buy this meat, man." And he's like, "Do you like the flappers?" And I was like, "Oh, like,
One time
without the flappers, I don't really need the flappers."
One time I had I had a few of my college teammates that was here in town with me, and one of my cousins came over. He's still in the street and doing street shit. And I had a whole bunch of Popeyes, and I got nothing but wings, right? And we was tearing that shit up watching the game. And my cousin is there. I guess he's watching them eat their chicken because I ain't paid them motherfuckers no attention. We just talking and bullshitting, drinking and eating. And he just popped up. He's like, "Yo, these motherfuckers don't know how to eat no chicken." I was like, "What you talking about?" And he started grabbing their little wing parts and shit. He's like, "Look at this shit." And they're just looking at him like, "What's wrong with him?" I was just like, "Oh man, that's
what, they was leaving too much meat on there. What's wrong with him?"
Left the flappers.
But they left it whole.
They left them pretty much
untouched.
See that's rich folk right there.
That's rich folk. That's like this is what I'm saying. I'm not a fan of the flapper, but if it's there, I'm gonna, you know what I mean. I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah.
You say I'm here. Well, yeah, I'm gonna eat it.
You know what I mean? If it's there, I'm.
He's not turning his nose up at.
No. Come on now. That's just rude. My mama taught me right.
Every meal is an opportunity. The way I grew up, and I took advantage of all of them.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, my mama taught me right, man. You don't leave that there.
But all right, man. Y'all ready to talk about some bears, man? We had enough stuff about food. Now I got some. Go ahead.
As we go, just look at this real quick. Remember this, Nomad, kids?
Oh, what do you got here now?
That's the big bottles, the big jugs.
That's the jug my uncle be having all them goddamn coins and shit in.
Yeah, Martini and Rossi Asti Sumati, because it's big enough.
This is sangria.
Yeah, but because the mouth on the bottle is big enough that coins, go in it. Quarters and shit, $50.
And
it's thick enough glass that it could, hold it. It wouldn't break.
And also unalive somebody if you hit them with it.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Well,
sometimes
there's that.
Sometimes that happens out there in the streets.
Right.
Y'all ready to get into some football? Now I got some storylines to talk about. And this, I want to start with this first because I don't think he got enough love this offseason. This is James Lynch. And I'll tell you when a tape is good. For me, it's just me and my process and how I go about looking at things. And by the time we get on the show, you might hear different thoughts, and you're just like, oh, you didn't say that the first time. You didn't say that the second time. You know why? Because I keep going back to the tape. And I'm telling you guys, this guy ain't getting enough love. James Lynch, the guy we picked up in free agency, you guys are gonna love him. I'm gonna just tell you that right now. As of right now, he's gonna be a rotational piece coming in. But the more he plays, the more of him you're gonna want to see. His hands are extremely good. Strong lower body, but his hands are extremely good and his get off is great. He's listed as an edge rusher for a good while, just like Contavious Street. But this guy, I think he's really, really mastering the role of D tackle and how to really, really get off the ball and really get upfield, get vertical. We talk about this stuff all the time, and we're talking about Dennis Allen's defense. And this guy got signed and didn't get enough conversation, in my opinion. That's why I wanted to highlight him. I've been all over his film. This guy is going to be a treat to watch in Chicago. He's going to be a huge difference maker. Engine, power at the line of scrimmage, extremely powerful get off, quick, and his hands are pretty much 50% of the game. He's already got it from the waist down as far as power and being able to just get surge. But his hand fighting technique, like I said this maybe a week or two ago, we're talking about the difference between somebody like what Shamar brought to the table from interior tackle, from D tackle. The difference between him and James Lynch is like night and day. Where Shamar will get totally stagnated and totally defeated because he doesn't have the hand fighting skill set to be able to win at the line of scrimmage and get past his opponent, shed that block, and boom, be upfield, win in a matter of seconds. Because he doesn't have that skill set, Shamar Turner's D tackle reps were terrible, man. Just being honest with you. They were. But I'm telling you, James Lynch is gonna, I think Shamar will learn a great deal from this guy. His hand fighting technique is outstanding. It's like Aaron Donald. That's the thing that people don't realize about Aaron Donald that was superior to pretty much every other D tackle in the league. His hand fighting technique was superior. And when you got great hand fighting technique, quicks, and power at the same time, you're going to win more times than not. That's what James Lynch has. He's going to kick your ass at the line of scrimmage. So not only is he going to give us an instant boost, the multiplicity that he's going to bring to the table because Shamar is there. And if I don't think they plan on playing Shamar at D tackle as much as they did last year. I think they're going to use him as an edge. But James Lynch being there just is going to help him and any young D tackle that we have. So he's going to be a multiplier that way. I just had to get that out there. I was so very impressed by what he brought to the table. I just don't think he got enough love as that happened.
I didn't even realize that we'd grabbed him, to be honest with you. I knew about Contavious Street, looked at him. I did not look at this guy's tape at all.
That's why I'm doing it, man, because more people should.
I'm glad that you did. I mean, again, Neville is a kid that I grew up here and I played with my son. I know Neville as well. So, again, I'm familiar with his game and what he brings to the table. James Lynch, I'm not familiar with at all. Apparently played every game last year for the Tennessee Titans and wasn't too bad. I'm kind of confused as to why they would even let him go.
They had a lot of change over there.
Oh, that's fair. That's a very, very fair point. Okay.
This dude is good, man. This dude is good.
I like Scrolls' comment, man. Good credit package.
I mean,
put that together.
That's one of the bad things about getting a player that can play with this skill set, and the market is kind of watered down. He doesn't get what he deserves, and so we benefit from that, subsequently. But man, that man's value is much more than what he's getting. Much more. I see the skill set, and when he gets off that line of scrimmage and gets on a guy, his handwork is so good. There's so many times where you just see a guy constantly backing up, and it's just like, how is he just constantly? I mean, he is thrusting like little pistons, just pushing this guy back, one punch after the other, and just making sure he's doing it in sequence and keeping momentum going backwards. It's impressive to watch. Call one of my homeboys to take a look at it. He's just like, this motherfucker hands is dominant. So I'm telling you, what we
tackles, man. He gets a lot of tackles, man.
Bro,
I'm not. I think he's probably going to have a good sound impact on the run stuff situation here.
Oh, he's a good pass rusher, but he's a beast against the run. He's gonna play. He's gonna be in there. Now, this is a true tweener, in my opinion. He's gonna get you some 3 technique, but he's strong enough, oddly enough, to play nose, man. And he's not that heavy. He's not that heavy at all, but he's strong as shit. I'm just like
295.
Yeah, but he can. I've seen him play nose.
Oh wow!
Hold it down.
He's versatile, along the D line, which is a Dennis Allen thing, and he's quick off the ball. He plays for the echo of the whistle, and he's very what's the word? Active, angry. He plays with an edge.
This is a better pickup than we think. And I had to do due diligence to highlight him. I just encourage everybody to go look at the tape, whatever you can find on him. If you want to really, really narrow it down to his reps, do Tennessee Titans. Go to YouTube, do Tennessee Titans defense versus. That's where you'll find more of his recent reps, his most recent reps. Tennessee Titans defense versus, and you're going to get a multiplicity. I know my algorithm will pull up at least 8 games. And so I just get to watch the reps. All you'll see is defense, Tennessee defense reps. So that's how you narrow it down, man. But just wanted to bring this up. Any last thoughts about this guy, kids? I know you're still looking at him. But man.
No, he looks good. He serves exactly the purpose. It's going to be an interesting. Scrolls saying solid run stopper. I completely agree. It's going to be an interesting battle in this room as well. I don't know. There's a lot of DTs, man. I don't know who survives this particular. The competitiveness in this room. It should be very interesting as to how this shakes out.
It's why they didn't draft a defensive tackle high. And it's why you don't really need Shamar in the guts of the defense like we did last year. He can kick out right about now because it's a nice little log jam going on.
What's funny is Shamar played well on the edge, actually.
That's where he played. That's where his best reps came from.
Yeah, he played well on the edge. It just unfortunately he came in the season hurt and left hurt. Right, he just didn't get quite enough time on task. But from what he did do, how do I say this? I liked what I saw. There's still I have to say Austin Booker's leaps and bounds ahead of him, but I liked what I saw. He kind of had just raw power, a little bit of bend, but raw power to get to where he needed to get to. I like Shamar a lot, man. And I think if they kind of allow him to hone his talents on the edge, I think he can really be a contributor this year in a rotational capacity while he sort of learns his way up. Because again, he's only 1 year from from his rookie year was last year, and he didn't get much time on task at all.
So since we're talking about Shamar Turner, let's talk about Shamar Turner. You see the Shamar Turner you see on the screen?
Yeah.
That ain't Shamar Turner.
Okay.
This is a bloated Shamar Turner, trying to be something that the team needed him to be. And being quite frank with you, Shamar Turner, when he's just an athlete and doesn't have to, increase his weight to get to D tackle standards, it was clear. It was clear NFL interior linemen were much stronger than him. I almost felt bad for him watching his tape, because I watched every single rep that Shamar had at edge and every single rep at D tackle. And I'm telling you, there was times that he'd get a subtle victory, but most of the time it's ass whooping after ass whooping at D tackle.
Yeah.
It's clear to me that I think the world of Shamar Turner. He's an animal, bro. This Shamar Turner we're looking at right now is an inflated Shamar Turner playing out of position, in my opinion.
So I'm gonna ask you a question. I know you think, I'm not gonna say it like that. I know you believe that he was playing out of position. Who was he playing beside at DT when he was on the field when you were watching him? Do you recall?
Various guys.
Yeah.
Most of the time he's in a backup situation.
And that's sort of what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand.
When you got Bill next to you, you shouldn't struggle as much. Sometimes they sub out Javon and put, Shamar in there with Bill. They knew by putting in certain combinations it would alleviate some of the pressure off Shamar. He wouldn't immediately see a double team, but that's not what happened. Sometimes you see the double team and get moved completely out of the picture.
And this is kind of what I'm trying to. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to hone in a little bit, because I don't know. I also didn't like the DT reps either, but I don't know if it was just him.
It's this what you're looking at, kid.
If it was the size, like I know where you're going. Was it the build on him at the time, or did they have him sort of partnered up with the wrong guy as well?
No. He was putting too much pressure. Scrolls has got it dead ass right this time. He says that's how he got hurt, playing with them big dogs in the middle, putting too much pressure on them joints. He's not built for. I mean, he can get in there and get you there at 3 technique, but man, that guy, he's a young, fluid athlete that shouldn't be this big, and this is what they try to turn him into.
You know what? That makes so much sense, because again, his original injury, I believe, was knee related, and so was this secondary injuries. And what you're saying to me right now is his body can't hold that kind of weight.
Them joints give up.
That's it. So maybe you drop him down another, 20 to 30 pounds, have a more svelte version of Shamar Turner and kick him out to the edges, and we see what happens.
If I had to guess right about now, he's somewhere around 305, 310. Right here in this image.
Oh, in this picture, I was like, right now?
His natural weight is probably about 275, 280. 285 is probably pushing it just a little bit, but about 280, I think this guy would tear up the world. And let him come off the edge, but this is not his natural. This is not him naturally. This is inflated Shamar Turner. And I think they're gonna have to learn from that.
I'd like to see him at a 275, man, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Well, now you're James Lynch, Shamar Turner. How do you think they fit? As far as defensive line rotation.
Now I think it's perfect, because now you don't have to force Shamar to play inside like you had to force him to play inside. You got Neville here, you got Kentavious Street, you got James Lynch.
Well, here, pull this down for a second. I'll show you.
Hold on for a second. Let me just finish this take. Now you don't necessarily have to have Shamar. He can naturally play his position now, but now he's banged up, and we don't know what kind of Shamar we're looking at. What you got, Trips?
It's the looking at the
show the depth chart.
Yeah, the D line actually, and it's let me see, go full screen here. There we go. All right, so just looking at the defensive line up here, at right defensive end, Austin Booker, and then I just have Neville Gallimore, Grady Jarrett, Montez Sweat. Behind them, Kentavious Street, Jordan Vandenberg, James Lynch, Daniel Hardy. Then we have Jeremiah Martin, Devon Dexter Sr., Jonathan Garvin, Jamri Chroma, and then Dayo Odengbo, Shamar Turner, and the UDFA Jaden Loving. Right now, these are all the guys, 4, 8, 12, 13, 15 guys battling for the D-line position. Now, you're saying that if your first line is Austin Booker, well, let me ask you: is this how you would think that they would be deployed?
No, it's gonna be Book at the depending on how well Dio comes back. It's gonna start off probably with Book, probably Javon in the middle, probably graded as your 3 technique, and Montez on the other side.
Okay,
so let's get through it quick, man.
So Javon here,
man,
and then so you put in Booker, Dexter, Jarrett, and Sweat.
Yeah. That's your first rung.
All right, and then behind them, Street, Vandenberg, or what's the behind them?
You probably take Daniel Hardy and put him. Wait, we gotta Trips. All right, put Dio in there, man. You gotta let me know before you start.
You could just would let you know what. It's
not we got a lot of guys to talk about here.
Yeah, just take one guy out and put him in.
Put Dio in there and take Daniel Hardy out.
Take Daniel Hardy out?
Yeah.
And then Dio, as long as he's healthy, that's the big thing. So then your second line is Kentavious Street, Jordan Vandenberg, James Lynch, and then Dayo.
Probably take Kentavious Street out and put Shamar in there at edge.
Oh, okay. So now we got a little speed coming.
Probably take Lynch out and put Neville in there for him.
Neville Gallimore. All right.
And then it's a scrum after that. And so we ain't got time to be doing your depth chart now. We got to go.
Where are we going?
Back to the screen. Because we got a few guys to talk about. Let's get back on Shamar before we get to the next guy, because we got a few guys to talk about.
There's still more to talk about?
Oh, yeah. Now, I don't know if y'all got the logic. I just got through explaining about Shamar, but that's what I think the problem was. I think what Scrolls said is absolutely right, man. You can ask a guy. Some guys can handle this better than others, but obviously I don't think his joints could. And I think he paid the price for it. What was it, ACL joint? ACL, if it was an ACL or an MCL, either way, he paid the price for that. I just think, and I don't think they need to be knocked for trying, but now they know. He just looked way more natural being on the edge than on the interior. Those guys were too strong for him, man. So I think that's why we saw the Shamar that we saw. Any last thoughts about him before we move to the next guy? We're just talking about storylines here. All right, let's move on. Now, Dio, it's a lot of conversation being had about him this offseason. And truth being, what was it? Was it an Achilles for him?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, expectations for Dio Odengbo versus reality for Dio Odengbo, we don't know. We don't know what Dio is going to be able to bring to the table. What I do believe is Dio is going to be in that log jam of D tackles. I do think they're gonna. I think looked at his tape too, looked at his reps as well, and at times, man, he was really
You think he's a DT and not an edge?
His D tackle reps looked better when he was in Indianapolis than his edge rusher reps, and the same goes here. The same thing, but that's kind of obsolete right now because now you're dealing with somebody that just came back from an Achilles, and no matter what we think we want him to be, it's about what you think, what they know he can do. Once they put the pads on him, and then you go through the rigors of dealing with the pressure on that AC joint. I mean, on the Achilles joint. So it's that going on too.
Man, as excited as I am to see Shamar Turner come back from injury and, try to make a name for himself and find his position on this defensive line, I'm not excited about this whole Dale experiment. And Scrolls, you're not wrong. A healthy Dale will get us 8 sacks. I just don't is he going to be healthy? Can he put the kind of pressure we are going to require for him to put on, on that ligament? I'm more worried about the Dale experiment than anything else. All I can say is I really hope that he's healthy. I really hope that he has the right, and Nomad, you saying that for all the reasons that we were just saying about Shamar sort of losing a little bit of weight and becoming a bit more svelte and, trying to avoid injury again. I would almost prefer the same conversation with respect to Dale Odengbo, and I'd kick him out to the edge. I just considering the amount of investment already at defensive tackle right now, I kind of want him on that edge at a lighter weight, where hopefully again he's not liable to injure himself again.
Kids, how you're thinking right now and the logic you're using while you're talking about this is exactly what I just said about Shamar. And
that's what I'm saying. I'm literally echoing. I'm literally echoing what you were saying about Shamar for this young man here.
That's why I brought him up in sequence, because both of them are coming off of major injuries.
Yeah,
and it's about what you can do with them to try to maintenance them at the least. Keep maintenance going on. You don't want to put too much pressure on somebody that's just coming off of surgery. You pay Dial a significant amount of money, but if you just throw him into the grinder, you're just gonna lose him for another season.
And this is what I'm saying. That being the case, maybe you kick him out to the edge, dedicated as well, and hopefully suggest that he drops a little bit of size, and take the expectation of rotating him into the defense, into the defensive tackle mix out of his psyche, right? That's not what we're going to do with you this year. You're going to play on the edge. You're going to, follow this particular regimen and get down to this particular weight in hopes that we're taking a fair amount of stress off of that, that injured Achilles, right? And again, if we get a healthy Dial, motivated Dial is one thing, great. If we get a healthy Dial, I think, in my opinion, that's a pretty darn good thing, because at least we can get some snaps out of him, and maybe he'll be able to show out this time around.
All I know, hey, Scrolls, you might be right. Google says that Dial should have a full recovery from Achilles tear somewhere between August and November. The body, we'll see. This is why I think they did what they did right away in free agency, and everybody just like, hey, man, what's all these scrub defensive linemen we signed, and we need to be going to get an edge rusher. We need to be going to get that. Not realizing that, sometimes your free agency priorities become, some of this is need. And what you're about to have to deal with you're gonna have to do some maintenance to these guys and keep these guys healthy, man. And truth is, these are players, these ain't pieces. And shit, they gotta go out there and deal with this stuff and be confident in their legs and all that kind of stuff. So you got to make sure you got insurance. That's why Neville is here. That's why James Lynch is here. That's why Contavious Street are here. So that you don't have to put so much pressure on some of these other guys that are coming off an injury, major injury. So that's why I brought this up in sequence so we can have that conversation, which is real. And you got a lot of people out here. Oh, we need Dio to be a world beater. God damn it, he's coming off an Achilles.
Well, that's exactly it. That can't really be, again, as motivated as he may be, that can't really be the expectation for this particular player. Like an Achilles injury is not, it's not to be slept on. And speaking of sleeping on, I think we're sleeping on Grady this season. I don't think we are. I'm sure we may get to him as we move forward, but that injury case scenario is, I think, the elephant in the room. 600-pound gorilla, whatever you want to call it. We kind of the Bears kind of have to put him in a position to succeed, and I just don't think that's at the DT position at all.
Yeah, what do you think?
What's your thought? I don't know where they play him. I really don't give a shit. That's their job to figure that out. I just want to see production on the field on game days.
Right on.
So wherever they put him, that's where he belongs. It seems as though that defensive line coach Garrett was still trying to figure out the best, places for the pieces or the players that he had. And as he was getting them figured out, that's when, Dale went down hurt, then Shamar went down hurt. After they had switched spots, basically, from looking like shit, Dale on the outside and Shamar on the inside. Then when they flopped them up, then they looked better, but then they got hurt. So the pieces that were brought in to complement what Dennis Allen wants to do with their versatility and their get off the ball, disrupt, get into the backfield from all 4 defensive line positions, take some of the stress off of Turner and Deo, but it's not like that stress is going anywhere because, Turner has a little more leeway, but, Deo, his contract is what it is. And after next season, the 2026 season, it becomes, separable where it doesn't affect the cap like that. So while he has to heal up as a human being, because he's not a machine, none of these guys are, but he's somewhat under the gun, if you will, for the roster, because there are only so many different spots. There's only so much leeway that you have as players, healthy or not. That's why, a lot of them come back too soon. So while the pressure is on for him to, kind of come out there, we don't want him out there too soon because then he gets re-injured. Now he's, out for longer. So as long as he's healthy and he can come back, not just motivated, but healthy, wherever they put him, as long as he can produce, cool. But do not come back early because of circumstances and situations. And it just, it's just bad things happen when you come back too soon. And his injury, it's serious. And it's his second one. I'm not sure if it's on the same foot or the same tendon or the other tendon, but it's a second tendon tear. So he should sadly have some experience in dealing with that rehab and getting back out there. So it's not like it's his first time dealing with it, but it's even kind of worse, being that it is a second time dealing with it. So there's a lot to be seen with Mr. Odengbo.
So Dio, I this just before we get to the next guy, and we're gonna get to all corners here because that's worth the conversation. I'd say be patient with him, let him. He's going to come, and whatever he's going to be, it's going to come at a certain point. But I just say temper your expectations early. is the best thing I can say to the situation. Just don't expect much early. He's just trying to get comfortable with the legs he's got to play under. You know, yeah, that's what it is, man. So I just had to highlight him and some of these other guys because we're talking about roster jockeying and who's going to be who and what's going to be what. This needs to be a conversation that needs to be had because people go crazy in the off season with, okay, we overpaid this and we didn't do that, and guess what? Whatever you think of Dio Odingbo, I think he's a good piece. It's just now we got to see what this looks like as a repaired Dio Odingbo. So be patient. Next guy we're going to talk about real quick is another injury. And you guys might want to refresh me. I think it's another ACL here. Am I not right?
Patella tendon, much like Ozzy's.
Same injury as Ozzy, just different timeline.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I don't know what his timeline is, but I do know this. Now, this just comes from the research I did a couple years ago when we drafted him. We were in a zone-based scheme. And I've said this a million times, so y'all forgive me for repeating myself. He was drafted into a zone-based 4-3 system. Doesn't mean that he can't adjust and play in a man-based 4-3 system, which we play in now. So he had that hurdle to jump that he's not playing in space as much. He's playing a lot more man-to-man than he's, I guess, used to playing at Minnesota. And to be honest with you, the little bit that we saw with Terrell Smith, I was a little bit impressed with when he was healthy. But again, he's coming off of a serious enough injury to where I just want to see what he looks like now, given all of the, all the recovery. I just want to see how confident he is. Is he the same? Does he have the same confidence that he had the last time I seen him before he had to hobble off the field? That's the main question with Terrell Smith. But the ability, I don't question. I think he's got all the ability in the world.
He definitely does have all the ability in the world. Look great every time he touch grass. Simply clever. I'm not sure. Like, it's not listed as a free safety. He's listed as a corner, but I think he could. We've definitely on this show on many different occasions had the general inkling that it might be really nice. It might be a really nice look for Terrell back there at the safety position. We'll see if that is a thing that actually materializes. I have a strange feeling it won't, considering our draft picks and the very latest trade. But maybe in backup capacity. In either event, what I'm hearing is Terrell's still working through his injury. So I believe that he injured himself last year during training camp, if I'm correct. That being the case, it's been a solid year. Hopefully he's back on, hopefully he gets back up to speed sooner than not. But considering he's going to be planting and twisting and running on that injury at high velocity, high speed, it's a problem, man.
Can I tell you a secret right quick, kids? And keep in mind that this guy has an agent, and the agent has all kinds of connections to this, that, this team, this general manager, that, and the third. And so, little dirty little secret that cornerback is a lifestyle, bro. Playing cornerback is a lifestyle. You grow up in it and you live it, and that's what you do from day to day when you are not doing regular domestic things, hanging out with your girlfriend, family, and all that kind of stuff. When you go and work out, you do cornerback things. So it's specific, right? Everything that he does is cornerback. Everything. Trust me, every workout is designed to basically enhance that skill set in a layman's way of talking about it. Now, here's a dirty little secret, kids. And this is for all the people that, even myself included, I've mentioned this. to us, safety is a step down. To us, that's like telling the world that I can't handle cornerback. I need to be moved to safety. That's the way we think of it. Now, the people on the outside looking in, they just like, why do you think about it that way? It's the most, you have to be the most impressive athlete on the field to play cornerback. You have to be. That's just the dynamics of the job. You better be better than the people in front of you. And that's just the general concept of playing corner. You have to be better than their best athlete. That's why you play corner. That's why it's the most unique role in the defense. Island corner is the most important part of your defense because you're telling him to take the most jitterbug, the fastest fly, the best athlete they have on the team is going to try you. And it's my job to stop you. And so for all the people, including myself, that see Terrell Smith playing better as a safety, I get it. But just understand how he's thinking about this. And I know it because obviously I've been through it.
Well, but the thing is, he's in this 2026 season, Terrell Smith is going to be 27 years old. And since we drafted him, he's had mononucleosis. He's had whatever the injury was that next year that kept him off the field. Then he's got this injury that, kept him off the field. We know what the flashes have shown and what he's projected to do, but he hasn't been able to do any of it. And I just kind of find it hard to believe that this staff, not Poles and staff, but Dennis Allen and Al Harris staff are going to give him a lot of leeway, going forward because of his history. And it's like, well, you don't exactly fit what we need you to do. And physically, you haven't been able to do anything. So, yeah, you're going to have to show and prove it like right now, or I don't see where, he gets re-signed.
Well, and that's where things get interesting, right? We're talking about same with that. These two players are kind of on the bubble with respect to 2027. They're here for 2026 regardless. That's just a fact of the matter. But looking forward towards 2027, Adayo Dangbo's got to kind of show out to make sure that he's someone the Bears want to retain. And all of the things I just said about Dio are directly applied to Terrell Smith. He has to show out this season, which also means he kind of needs to get playing time. He needs to be on the field, right? So that happens one of two ways. Way number one, along the lines of what Nomad is saying, he needs to beat out the existing, one of the existing cornerbacks and become the starter on this team. After the injury that he suffered, that's tough, right? Like that's going to be a hill to climb, considering that injury, right? Somebody in the chat was saying that, it was simply clever. He was saying with the injury, he's probably a step slower. Backup safety hybrid might be the only way he makes the team. And I wish I could argue with this sentiment, right? Like, I think it might be his easiest path to staying afloat on the Chicago Bears squad, especially given, the influx of fresh, young, new cornerbacks that have come into this team.
Listen, man, I'll be honest with you. If you're his agent, the agent is gonna. So that's a particular thing that I should probably speak to because of the people I know. There's people who will accept that, and there are people who will not. And if his agent or himself, he tells his agent what to do, but if his agent is telling him, hey, if they don't have confidence in you as a corner, man, you let them know that hey, you're okay with them releasing you. We'll get you a job over here where you can do your job. Now, if he's, I don't know exactly what his mindset is. If he's the other way around, he's just like, I'm gonna show him, and he decides to take a role at safety, I'm okay with that. But I can understand it either way, just based on my experiences tells me he sees himself as a corner, and that's the way it's gonna be. And hopefully, and he can be healthy and agile enough to be the Terrell Smith that we know he can be. And I just wish him the best.
I think you're right. I'm just not sure he's better than the corners in front of him. And the only reason I'm saying that is due to the injury. If we were having this same conversation a year ago, I was all in on Terrell Smith. I thought Terrell Smith was potentially going to take Tariq's job and start as the Bears cornerback last season. And in my opinion, the only reason it didn't happen was because of this injury. So much like Simply Clever, I'm rooting for him as well. I like him a lot. I honestly think he'll probably get more playing time as a safety, though. Like I wish I could say it differently. I don't think he's gonna.
Know where you think he's gonna get more playing time. It's not like corner. Like in the secondary, I don't know if you ever noticed, but it's not like once the game starts, like guys are coming off the field in the secondary. No, they fucking stay on the field for every fucking play. Now,
Yeah.
if anything, they'll bring on extra corner or an extra safety, but that's not extra playing time, bro. It's like you might get caught up on that thing. Let's just say you playing backup strong safety or something. Your number might not get called once, maybe twice in the game because they might not play with an extra safety for that game. Maybe no more than once or twice. If you're playing an extra free safety, when the hell are you gonna get on the field? So it's not like you're gonna get on the field more. He'll get on the field more as a corner because the corners get a little bit more fatigue and they might tap that helmet a little bit more than a safety will because they're carrying the receiver all the way down the field, kid. So physically during the game, that corner has more of a likelihood to come out of the game than a safety.
And where I kind of have to agree with that sentiment even more. It's just the fact that they just went out and got another safety and then drafted a safety. So, like, no matter how you slice this, he's a bit further behind than I think he wants to be with respect to this depth chart. So in the end, I don't know what happens to Terrell Smith, but like you were saying, I wish him all the best. I'm rooting for him for sure, man, because I really like the way he plays on the field when he gets on the field.
All right. We got a couple more guys to get to, and we're going right on down the line where we need to go. And that is Mr. Tyrique Stevenson. Now, let me just leave this conversation with this. I know there's a lot of opinions out there about Tyrique. And to be quite honest with you, I don't think Tyrique has ever lived down, the mistake he made in Washington and let Washington get that touchdown. I think that's a layer of all opinions about Tyrique Stevenson at this point. And that being considered, I'm going to slide that a little bit right on out of the equation for my conversation because I'm somebody that has a short memory when it comes to these things because that's the way I've been raised. I'm a cornerback by nature. I don't remember everything, and I get it out of my mind and keep going. And Tyrique, I think the fan base is more his Achilles heel than maybe himself. And I don't even know what's going on with him from day to day. But I know this. I know his ability. And I know that this is a prove-it year for him. And I believe that he's going to be the starter. Come day one, they're going to put him on the field. And I think, and be honest with you, I think we're going to see the best Tyrique Stevenson we've ever seen.
Oh,
because he's got an axe to grind. And I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I feel a certain kind of way about all the conversations being had because people just hang on to shit too long and fan bases, and it's a little annoying, to be honest.
Well, if we remember when he was coming out of college, it was like, his maturity ain't all that. And, you fairly said, well, he's still a kid, he'll learn, and then we saw his maturity, or lack thereof in the commies game. It's like, all right, he fucked up, he was celebrating, whatever. But then to see it again, against, wasn't it the Rams when Kevin Byard had to be like, hey, we're still playing football over here. Because he was out there spacing off and fucking off with the fans again, So it's like, all right. And then we saw a video of him working out this offseason, and he was kind of unhealthily obsessing. It's like, man, every day I think about that play. Every night I think about that play in Washington. It's like, all right, well, that's not healthy. Yeah, you want to think about it, but you want to get past it and move on, short memory, but you still on that. But on his on-field play, all right, cool. Beginning of the year, new defense, not sure where you were supposed to be. Okay, that's why you got burned a few times. That people had to start calling you crispy. All right. And then when you were healthy and we saw the need for cornerback on the defense, when Jalen Johnson, he wouldn't be able to cover my fat ass running out on the field. And, Nashawn Wright was getting toasted every other play, but he was making turnovers, miraculously. So he was all right. But Tyreek didn't stand out. He wasn't like, man, he's like, blanketed him out there. Nah, he got benched. So it's something.
Yeah, on, man, we doing shorts here. When you see something on the screen, you got to watch the language a little bit.
All right. Well, yeah, he can go. Deuces.
In a nutshell. Look, I look at it. I don't know what to do with this one. Like, I love this player a lot. I really like Tariq Stevenson. In almost every interval when his number is called, he steps up to the plate and he plays exceptionally well. But Triple R just kind of nailed it, right? Like,
what he
coming into the league, his immaturity you could see with how handsy he was when he would get beat. And, if he was going to get beat, he was going to put his hands on a receiver and it would be a penalty and it was a problem. And as he went forward throughout that first season, you could see him maturing and growing as a corner. And I was like, this kid's he's going to be so good. And then Washington happened. And, people kind of raked him over the coals, including Matt Eberflus. And then, you move forward about 6 months and you come back into the next season. And he played, again, quite admirably in situations where there was no Jalen Johnson and he's more or less the number one corner. People weren't even targeting him. They were targeting Nashawn Wright. And because of that, Nashawn Wright made a name for himself. He played very well. The problem, again, it continued to rear its ugly head, is can he be a disciplined player on the field? Will he always be that immature corner? And at some point, Tariq Stevenson just flat out lost favor with Dennis Allen, right? There was a fair amount of time where it was Nashawn Wright over Tariq Stevenson and alongside Jalen Johnson. So I honestly, like my biggest worry about this player has got little to do with his actual talent and capability. It has to do with whether Dennis Allen likes and or respects this young man in this position. That's kind of where I am with this thing at this point. Because once more, Dennis Allen made a clear decision to bench this guy at some point last year after playing the number one corner position and playing it well. So you know, in my opinion, I'm not so sure that he's in favor in the cornerback room. And I think that might come back to bite Tariq Stevenson in the ass.
Well, I'm gonna close this conversation, and I'm gonna say this to preface it. What I don't like doing, I'm talking about me being self-conscious about how I come across and how I know football and how much I study this stuff. I never want to throw it in the face of people and make them feel like they lesser than because you're a fan that don't watch it like I'll watch. I never want to do that. And I'm conscientious of it every time I get on one of these shows. I don't like doing it. But right now, I'm going to be a big dog about this shit. If you are somebody that doesn't really crunch tape and doesn't really watch the reps, rep in and rep out, but you have an opinion about what Tyreek Stevenson is and what he is not, I'm going to try to respect your opinion. But deep down, I'm going to tell you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Because clearly, there was a time, and you want to be talking about giving Jalen Johnson's, what was it, oblique injury or whatever it was that he had going on. I don't know, oblique something, whatever it was he had going on. It was clear to me that Tyreek Stevenson, including even a healthy Kyler Gordon, was the best corner we had on this team.
I agree.
Whenever he got out there on the field, especially after he got benched and got supplemented, I do think, watching the film for the time that I do think he got ball greedy at times. I'm watching tape and I'm watching him looking inside when he shouldn't be looking inside, and that's disciplined cornerback eyes. When you're in a man coverage or when you're in off man coverage, your responsibility is the man, priority number one. But still keep a gaze a little bit. Just be aware of what's going on, outside of that receiver. But that's a little cheap. But your priority, whether you're on man, press man, I'm talking about right up next to him, or whether you're off coverage, whether it's 3 yards, 5 yards, 7 yards, whatever it is, your priority is that man. And he was undisciplined. I'll say that again. Too many times when people called him, said he got burnt, which he did. And I'm telling you the reason why. He got ball greedy and undisciplined. He was looking to make a play because he's aggressive like that. And it cost us. It cost us a series. It cost us getting off the field on a third down. Several different times he messed up. No getting around that. But let me tell you something. This catch ability, and given this opportunity he's about to have where he's in a make it or break it situation, and they're telling him, all right, I hear you, Tyreek. I've seen it. Let me see you put it all together. I'm betting on 29. And he might not, even if he had a bust out season, doesn't mean he's going to get re-signed with the Bears. I'm just telling you, I believe in this cat's ability. He just made some rookie, young, immature mistakes. When I'm talking about immature, I'm talking about the immaturity is getting outside of the discipline of the defense. The maturity is staying within the discipline of the defense. Because if one guy out of 11 guys gets it off or F's this up, it breaks down the entire look of the defense. That's the lovely thing about football that kind of gets overlooked. When you just listen to people in the fan bases talk about this stuff, it sounds like this player is bad, this player is good, simple shit. No, it's way more complicated than that. It's way more complicated than that. And when people don't understand it, I ain't got time to be arguing with people about it. I'm just telling you what it is when you look at it on film. That's that with Tyreek.
All right, where are we going next?
And this is another conundrum here. I'll let y'all, let's leave this conversation. What do you guys think? Because, I don't know, Trips, did you say something, or did Kid say something about a week ago? I don't want to get into this personal stuff, but something.
Oh no, yeah, no. We said I don't. Yeah, I can't do that. Remember, we had this conversation behind the scenes, and that's not.
Oh yeah. It's whatever went on with Zay Frazier, cornerback. That's what we're looking at on the screen. It was like some personal thing happened after he got drafted, before he got to camp, so he didn't, he wasn't able to do anything on the field the entire year. But from everything that I've heard, Ryan Poles say, Zay, he was, at Hallis Hall, and he was, doing the meeting rooms and the weight room and all that stuff. But now he's cleared from whatever the issue was and ready to, contribute on the field. Now, where he fits, how he looks, have no idea, because we haven't seen him, do anything, with the Bears. You can look at his college reps, and he was a, Al Harris, Dennis Allen guy, a big, tall kid, fast, and can cover man. So the physical qualities are there, but how he looks on the field is a big TBD until it is actually seen. But if he can do the things that Dennis Allen and all the coaches have said that they expect from him, he should be, in competition for a competing cornerback spot. I don't know, what number, 1, 2, 3, or 4, but he should be in the mix.
That's some Chicago house he just did right there.
Oh yeah, he threw it down.
You feed that? You heard that?
Man, yeah. I don't really have anything to say here because I've never seen this player play football. It's about that simple. Never seen him play football. Wish I could give you some sort of viable take that you could take with you and chew on. But until I see this player play football, I don't really have much to say. He is tall. I'm hearing. Like, this is C-Spax. Yeah, he's tall. He's got that, like, a very similar build to Nashawn Wright.
He's like, 6'3", runs a 4.3 kind of guy.
Virtually the same type of build as Nashawn Wright. Very fast, very tall, lanky, great length. Again, this is all stuff that Dennis Allen loves to hear with respect to his corners, right? This is kind of what he's looking for, and that's why Zay Frazier's on the team. But
can I ask you guys a question real quick? And if one of you guys don't mind doing a little homework for me while I navigate what we got going on the show. I think he was declared some kind of whatever it was, his declaration for the season. I don't think he was able to do a lot of the things that other players were. It's like being out there and scrimmaging and being in pads. I think he kind of really missed an entire season. On the field, like in practice where we can't see it.
He didn't do.
What was his destination?
I don't know what the designation was, but he was not.
He wasn't a pup, I don't think.
I don't.
That's why I didn't say it. That's why I asked you.
It might have been a pup.
No, he's NFI.
NFI, and so
non-related injury.
I don't know the restrictions around what he. My assumption is he couldn't really do anything with the team on the field. That's just my general.
Hold on. Chicago Bears 2025 5th-round pick Zay Frazier missed his entire rookie season after being placed on the reserve non-football injury NFI list due to serious personal issue. The issue was described as a pre-existing situation that the team uncovered, and he did not play or practice in 2025, though he remained with the team for meetings and conditioning. He is expected to return in 2026.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Can you tell me what the date was? Is there a date on the article you just read?
Excuse me. It wasn't a date. It was just kind of a summary.
So there's no date involved. Okay.
No.
I'm because I think what prompted all of this is there was a couple of weeks where he just, as far as training camp is concerned, rookie training camp, he didn't attend. And then when training camp came about, again, he was not in attendance. So there was a few weeks where he was expected to show up and play, wasn't there, didn't attend, and then the questions started to come at Ben Johnson, and his answer was, there's some sort of personal issue. That's what we're looking at, and that sort of continued on for the entire season. So, like I say, not a lot of folks have seen him on the field do anything with respect to practice. And again, clearly there's something going on. I have an inkling as to what that might be. I read something, but I can't share that with you guys because I don't know how.
If you don't know, it's best not.
You know what I mean? I'm not, and that's right. I'm not going to put out rumors with respect to this young man and what may have happened to him. I just wish him the best. And the one upside that he does have, guys, is again from a measurable perspective, he's exactly what DA is looking for.
Okay, that's where I'm about to go. And my girlfriend's texting me, but I gotta ignore it. Now that I know, based per the definition Trips just raised right there, what he was able to do and what he was not able to do. So basically, Zay Frazier was a Bear in name only. So now that narrows it down to how I can break it down. And all I had to do is go back to what I saw on tape before we got him. And the traits are there. The traits are there. The length, the quickness, the speed, everything physically is there. Now, the question is, given that he spent an entire year away from football, how well did he manage his body? How well did he take care of himself? I'm assuming, because it wasn't long before the new NFL season, the year hadn't really restarted, has it? But when they were able to give declarations on who's who on the roster, he was kind of declared as active, I think. I don't know how they said that, but that's kind of what I got. And what that tells me is quietly behind the scenes, they've been doing work with him. He's been doing work with them. He's been keeping himself where he needs to be, staying low key for whatever reasons these are. But we're here to talk about the attributes and how he can fight to get a spot on this roster. I still don't know what Zay Frazier's college tape translates to in the NFL against NFL competition. That's what camp is for. And that's why you look at tape. Tape was great. Tape was great. I think he's got everything Dennis Allen's looking for. Press corner, loves being man-to-man coverage. He's confident as shit in his skill set playing man-to-man. He doesn't bat an eye against competition. So you got that coming into camp. We got an extra rookie is what we have. Because if he couldn't even practice with them, this rookie season was for naught. This is his rookie season. And so I'm very confident. And if all these things are behind him, which I hope they are, what he can bring to the Chicago Bears physically is everything that we want. And that puts guys like Terrell Smith and Tyreek Stevenson kind of on the clock. Like, hey, man, we'll see. But you're talking about experienced veterans versus somebody that's a rookie. And we'll see. We'll see how he handles competition day in and day out in the NFL, and everybody's a dog in front of you, and you got to have the stamina to deal with them and deal with the camp and the pressures that come with that. This is how you weed out boys and guys that can't hack it. Camp is going to do that every single time. Been through enough of them to know that, dog, the men come out of these. And whatever you got going on personally, and you better be able to separate it from what you got to do on the field, or it's gonna be to your detriment. So you better have whatever you got going on personally in some compartment, and when it's time to get on that grass, that shit better not come with you. because now you up against a bunch of other dogs that want your spot. And so that's what we're dealing with Zay Frazier. Can we justify keeping him on a roster spot now? Now we're gonna see.
And that's the question of the day. They've added a couple more corners, right? There's guys ahead of him already in the depth chart. It's a real question, more so of whether he can battle his way around that room and make something happen for himself than anything else. So not going to count the kid out right now. Once more, he has that measurables advantage that we've discussed a little bit here. I think that bodes well enough for him to maybe he can find his way onto the Chicago Bears squad this season in a playing capacity and potentially down the road as well.
No, don't tell kids to say allegedly. Don't say nothing, kids.
What do I got to say allegedly about
Don't
this?
say allegedly. Don't even say allegedly. Whatever that shit is, you found out about it.
All right, I'm getting sued. Looks like. All right.
Don't even worry about it. Any last thoughts on Zay Triple R? Did you get a take on him?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he did.
No last thoughts?
No, I'm good.
All right. That's it for the Bears conversation. We will I'll tell you what. Give me a second here. We talked about a lot of Bear stuff. Anything that's sticking out in your head that you want to finish the conversation up, or something that we didn't bring up? Cares or trips? I just wanted to highlight those conversations, man.
And I think you did a great job. You also kind of lined them up the right way too. I think the one guy that got left out of conversation tonight that would have been an interesting chat is just simply Grady Jarrett. I'm as I sort of said, I'm not really excited about the Deo Dangbo thing. I am kind of excited about, motivated Dio is one thing. Healthy Grady Jarrett is a completely different thing. And I think that's what we got to see towards the end of last season. And Grady was really starting to make his impression felt on that defensive line. Took the entire season to get there because he was hurt. And I'm hoping that he's able to sort of get on the field this time around and really make some impactful plays and be the impactful player that he usually is. So Oh yeah, no, I can't even do the allegedly thing, man. Scrolls, I can't. I won't do it.
Text him, Scrolls. Yeah.
Yes, ask like catch me on Twitter or something, Scrolls. If you can, I'll tell you for real. But I won't do it. Like I said, I won't do it in a public forum on the show just out of respect for him because I don't know if it's true, and I don't want to spread rumors in a public forum. But like, hit me up personally.
Don't get in the garbage, man. Stay out the garbage.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries.
Yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see who's healthy. Yeah. Specifically on the D line, Shamar and Dial, because the team is kind of, I won't say relying heavily on them, but when you look at why the reasons given that, we didn't draft an edge high or at all. We took a defensive tackle, in the 6th round, but they're talking about they have to coach better and the players have to be healthy and respond better. It's like, all right, cool. But it's all going to be speculative until we actually see it happen. Because it's like, well, where's the pressure coming from? Well, kind of all over. Like, what the hell does that supposed to mean? Well, you got to see it. And then it's like the secondary is a lot faster. So that's going to help the front, get home. And it's going to be a, one hand washes the other situation. It's like, okay. And then, it's a lot of having faith in the coaching staff. But, Ben Johnson, he's earned it. Now it's up to Dennis Allen to earn his. And then the secondary, we got young guys. We got a guy, contract year. We got, I didn't even speak on Jalen as long as he's healthy. You know what I mean? So health, coaching, youth, rookies, contract years, the drama of it all. I mean, it's all coming down.
Hello, football.
Yep.
You either like it or you love it. I love it. And guess what? Attrition comes with it.
He just
part of the deal.
Trip just lit up something that I kind of want to bring up about Tariq Stevenson. And when Jalen Johnson came back, he was clearly laboring and had a couple of bad games. And they didn't put Tariq out even then either. It was really, like, to me, that spoke the loudest with respect to, where Dennis Allen's head was at as far as a relationship is concerned with Tariq Stevenson. That I was quite upset about it last year because I was like, Tariq played really well in Jalen's absence, but now that Jalen's back, I get why Jalen should have that number one role again. But damn, if he's still not quite ready to pick up that number one role, at least use Tariq as a rotational, as part of a rotation with Jalen and allow Jalen to get up to speed instead of getting burnt. And that's just not what Dennis Allen decided to do. So it's a little bit weird for me.
You know what I was thinking, kid, at the time? I remember us doing the shows and us having them conversations while that was happening. And we was speaking to it in real time, live on shows. And when I got away from the heat of the moment, which is when we were live on the shows, and I got a chance to think about it, it was really a dual thought that I had, that both of them could be true in a parallel universe, man. It's like either this guy is really messed up and Dennis Allen ain't feeling him, something, whatever their personality dynamics could have clashed and all that could have caused some of that stuff, which is real, man. I don't want to overshadow that. Unfortunately, that'll get a good player on the bench because the coach doesn't freaking feel you.
Yeah.
Which is stupid to me. But that world exists, but there's another world outside of it that gives total regard to a $20 million something player that, hey, we're going to get everything we can get out of him. If he says he's healthy, put his ass on the field. That world, which we spoke to live during the show. And I don't know which one of them is true.
Well, I even that I fully agree with your take there. It's just at some point during that first game, it became obvious to anybody who was watching the game that Jalen's at least a step slower than he was the last time he was on the field. The same thing with Kyler Gordon. And what's really funny about this conversation we're having right now is with Kyler Gordon, they quickly threw CJ, right? They quickly put him in. It was like, Kyler's a little bit of a step behind. We're going to switch it up a little bit and give him a breather and then bring him back on. Like they did exactly what I'm describing.
Because, hold on, but you didn't ask yourself yet. You probably should. Jalen was paid when, and when was Kyler paid? Kyler was paid when the new regime got here. Not Jalen.
That don't matter.
I think it does.
No. It's not a question.
The new regime had to sign off on that goddamn signing.
Yeah, it's not a question. It's not a question of at that point they're both signed. Money doesn't make any difference.
But who
matters is playoffs.
Who greenlit that? Who greenlit Jalen signing versus who greenlit the Kyler signing? You heard Dennis Allen just speak over the moon about Kyler before he got here. He just loved Kyler, and he's like, hell yeah, we need that piece. And immediately he got greenlit for a raise, and he got it. Jalen happened before any of them guys got here. So I'm not sure Jalen would have got that contract with Dennis Allen here.
Yeah, so
not that he didn't deserve it, but I'm just
you can't. I wouldn't say that, and it's just because what we're talking like. No, like what we're talking about is healthy Jalen, who was playing great and then got hurt in contract, right? So if Dennis Allen has a different visage of Jalen Johnson at this point, it's understandable, but that's based on injury, right? Like he was playing fantastic football up until he got hurt, and then it just kind of took him a little while to get back in, like Stella get a groove back. It just took a little while. But if you're watching it, my simple point is just you have a player who took on the role, played the role extremely well, and could help ease Jalen back in, money or no money.
All right,
you did it with Kyler. Why wouldn't you do it with?
I'm going to put you on the spot now. I'm going to ask you an honest ass opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't think about it. If you got to think about it, then you're trying to cook it. Do you think Jalen Johnson gets the contract with Dennis Allen here, having the green like that?
Say it again.
Do you think Jalen Johnson still gets the contract with Dennis Allen here, having to be the final green light?
I can't say no.
Okay.
Again, there's no reason.
Fence now.
There's no reason. No. There's no reason for. There's no reason for Jalen Johnson not to get.
Well, his run support, his lack of versatility, his lack of toughness. Those three right there is like no.
But everything that you just threw out there, Trip, happened in a microcosm last season for a couple of games.
Well, no, he's never been tough. He's never been one to come up and lay a solid tackler. He's a cornerback pretty much every year.
How many cornerbacks that are out there that are really trying to lay the wood? I've seen cornerbacks be like, yo, you know what?
Well, I mean, if you look like Tyreek Stevenson will make a tackle on the run.
And this is
Nashawn Wright came up to make tackles on the run, whereas Jalen came up and he will kind of make a tackle, but he's not very vigorous about it, let's say.
No, that's not his game. His game is to be a lockdown corner, and he is a lockdown corner when given the opportunity.
I'm not one to piss on a cornerback, and I think Jalen's a real tough.
What's funny is like, except for Jalen Johnson, though.
No. I don't know. For the life of me, I don't know why you think that I got some kind of agenda against Jalen.
Because you've been trying to get rid of Jalen Johnson for the past 3 years.
I'm trying to get rid of him. I'm a motherfucker doing a podcast.
Scout's honor.
What do you mean? What I'm saying is, I just asked you a general question that I'm curious about.
That's what I'm saying.
Whether or not you think Jalen is that guy and Dennis Allen green lights that contract. I'm going to tell you no, and I'm going to tell you why. It's because Dennis Allen's he's going to believe that he can draft the next Jalen Johnson. That's what Dennis Allen is. That's the only reason I asked you that question, is because throughout his history, you got a couple of guys in his world that got a little money, but
so you're asking me the wrong. You're like asking me the wrong question, right? So I do still think that Jalen Johnson would have got the money, but the flip side to all this is, and the question you probably should ask me is, do I think Jalen Johnson will get an extension with DA as the defensive coordinator?
No.
Now you're asking, Now you're asking me a question where I'm gonna probably say the opposite.
That wasn't the question. I just wanted to ask you if you thought he would have got that. If Dennis,
I think he would. But now the DA is the guy, and he will probably do what you just said, and that is draft a high caliber corner who's probably going to take Jalen Johnson's job. I agree. You know what I mean? To that I agree. I don't think he gets an extension in Chicago under DA.
I mean, he's proven that throughout his history, he will continue to draft corners, and he'll draft any position in the draft. I mean, when you got people like, what's his name, Hendrickson, you let that walk out of the door, and you don't stand on the table for him. That means you got confidence in what you can draft. You know, most teams would make sure they don't let a Trey Hendrickson out of the door. But I'm telling you, what I'm trying to get at, I'm angling towards this, kids. I am working an angle for you or on you. I think that Dennis Allen is showing us that defensively, we don't have to get married to anybody. We don't have to go out of our way to get anybody. We can draft because we can coach.
Yeah, they're not telling us that. They're showing us that.
Exactly.
They're showing us that, hey, yeah, Nashawn Wright, yeah, cool, interceptions, yeah, deuces, free agency. Guess what? Malik Muhammad, Al Harris, do your thing. That's what coaches are supposed to do, right? Take the talent, mold them, make them productive players. Well, cool. Some of the players they keep, that they've molded, others move on, in free agency. But the secret sauce or the special sauce is supposed to be whatever the coaches are doing to these young talents to get the best out of them. Because wherever Al Harris has been, those defensive backs have responded with interceptions. When he leaves them, those defensive backs do not have the same production. Is that an Al Harris thing? Is that a defensive thing? I don't know. But I want him on my team when he affects the DBs in that nature. So if he can do, get the best out of, not the best out of, but coach up Malik Muhammad, get the best out of coach up Frazier, or even get the best out of Tyreek in them, cool. But the coaches, that's their job to develop the talent.
So I'm only going to say this one time. I'm gonna say it like as I would say it, and like,
don't get mad because I worked the angle on you. I did work one on you. Yeah.
Oh, you feel free to pat yourself on the back, but we won't be able to see it.
It's not a pat. I'm kicking myself for doing that, man. We talking about patting myself on the back.
Anyways, I was not touching that at all. I was just gonna say that what Triple R just said is the sales pitch of the season, right? That's the sales pitch. That's what they're putting out there for us. And the question is, are you gonna buy what they're selling or not? It's quite, it's quite literally the sales pitch. So I don't know. I'm trepidatious, not necessarily in the market for this particular sales pitch. Like, this
you talking about as a fan? You talking about you as a fan or us as fans? What are you talking about as or the organization?
No, I'm talking about. I'm not really taking I'm not taking a stance. I'm talking. So what Triple R just laid down is truly the sales pitch of this coaching staff. It's like, hey, we're gonna coach up these guys. They're going to go out there and they're going to be better than they were last year. We've added speed. We've bolstered the secondary, and we believe that this is what we need to do to improve as a defense. I don't know if I believe that sales pitch is what I'm telling you. So I need to see this on the field proven. And real talk, we're going to talk about this as we go forward over the course of the next few months. Well, but there's nothing that there's nothing that, it's complete speculation until we see it on the field in September. Because at some point, if this sales pitch falls flat, everybody's going to say, I told you so.
Kid, the only reason I was getting in there to try to interrupt you is because you basically laid bare a private conversation we had. And I was doing my best to sell you. And I now I'm sure you didn't believe it.
No, it's got nothing. I'm not even really speaking for me. This is a broad, it's not me, really. This is a broader, these conversations are being had on other podcasts with other people, whether it's me or you or not me or you or Trip, etc. This is the grand conversation. The grand sales pitch is what we just laid down. And the question is, are you buying?
And
some people are buying. it doesn't really matter if you're buying. The proof is in the pudding.
What's interesting?
We'll only know. It's all speculation until September, and we see it in real time, in action, working and winning.
And but you know, go ahead. Oh, but before you go, Nomad, the one thing to Kansas' point that the fan base is giving the coaching staff grace on is if and when they sign a Jadeveon Clowney or a veteran edge, you know, before preseason, and then it's kind of like, okay, well, we see it all now.
Even then, I don't know if because I'm gonna double down on where you're at, Trip. What's really happening right now, and it's an amazing thing. What's really happening right now is, I think collectively as a fan base, we actually believe in this coaching staff.
Yeah.
Like that's what's really happening, right? Whether we have an edge rush or not, or we really bolstered the D line or not, we'll see what that looks like in September. But right now, we know that this coaching staff is actually something special. We've seen evidence of that over the course of the last year, and the benefit of the doubt was earned.
No,
so I think
No, it ain't. I think
you don't think the benefit of the doubt was earned?
Everybody and kids, I'm gonna give you a little smite here. People that's thinking like that are talking out of two sides of their fucking mouth, because at one moment they will say, "Oh yeah, Ben Johnson is the best thing ever," and everything, and then the next thing you know, you'll have them sitting there questioning every little thing that they do. Like these cats don't know what the fuck they're doing. And so that part, and even after I had some flashbacks of the conversations that we had, and I made some real good points to you. And you still need to see it. And that I understand. But all these people talking out of both sides of their mouths, and they love Ben Johnson, and Ben Johnson knows what he's doing. So I only trust Ben Johnson. Well, Ben Johnson is kind of calling these shots. But then at the other side of your mouth, you got this other shit going on. Either you believe in them or you don't. I believe in them, and I'm not questioning none of the shit that they're doing. It's easy for me because they didn't do some of the things that the fan base expected them to do. That's where some of this animus is coming from. And guess what? Fans, they ain't going to do everything you want them to do. You might, I think you guys have been fans for long enough to know that. It's never going to go down the way you thought it was. So you might as well just go ahead and swallow that shit.
But that's not what's in question. And that's sort of what I'm trying to explain here. Why that's not in question is because the fans actually do believe, because facts. We came out of last year's draft saying basically the same shit. You didn't draft an edge rusher. You left that situation bare. We still need an edge rusher. And you went out and you drafted a tight end first. What the hell? We already have a tight end. And it worked the fuck out.
Right.
And this is why I'm sitting here saying that the benefit of the doubt was earned. This guy went on a limb, made some moves that everybody questioned, and they all basically came. Look at Luther Burton. It all came to fruition and it all worked. Cool. So if that's what happened last season, maybe these guys actually know what the fuck they're doing for once.
Exactly.
So that's where I am. Right? I'm at that level where I'm like, look, I see what I see. I have my own little takes on it. Doesn't really matter because I believe in what this guy did last year. And if it looks anything like it did last year, we're probably in a fantastic place.
Hey, kid.
Now, I need to see that fantastic place materialize in real time.
I'm good at scouting football. I'm good at evaluating football. I'm good at coaching football when I'm there and on the spot. Guess what? I'm not as good as any of these motherfuckers when I'm sitting on the sideline doing podcasts and doing fucking mock drafts. Guess what? These people are better than me at this shit because this is their profession. And
what?
I just
what's funny about what you just said is we could have said that same thing about the previous regimes, and I don't think it would hold water. Well, you know what I mean? With this regime, though, I think it actually fucking holds water.
Professionals.
You know what I'm saying? I think these guys are professionals.
Just because Flus and them was professionally paid as a professional head coach, don't mean he was a professional.
I don't think he was a professional. Like, I don't. I don't, like, we could go a little further back too.
I think
we could go a little further back, but I
think Flus is I think he's a relic, is what he is. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt, just like anybody else that would come into this team. I'm gonna see what he can bring to the table, but I do think he's a relic and was stuck in the mud and would not adjust. And I think that's where the unprofessional comes from.
I'm just saying, right? Like it just
any good professional is able to adjust on the fly. And you can be good at what you fucking do, but you will never be great at it, and unless you are able to adjust on the fly. And anywhere in y'all's lives, y'all have lived that out. In some aspect of it, you have had to adjust on the fly to take you to another level of what you did. And if you didn't adjust to that, you just was an average, probably behind the times relic, which is what Flus has become.
Well, but look at the modern iteration of this Bears squad. You got Ryan Poles, Ben Johnson, Dennis Allen, and look at how many audibles they got thrown. Nate Davis, contract gone. Oh shit, got to figure that out. All right, we signed Drew Dahlman, retirement gone. Oh shit, got to figure that out. Oh, we got our draft board, but damn, Luther Burton's available. Oh shit, we got to take him BPA, and we're gonna figure that out. Oh, the Patriots keep jumping in front of us, taking our running backs. We don't get one till the 7th round. We get Kyle Monunga. Guess what? They made that shit work. So they're constantly adjusting to what the landscape is throwing them. And I'll say it here, I'll say it now again, because I said it before. I know that they traded a fifth for Bradbury because of the Dahlman curveball, but then they spent a second on Logan Jones, and they got that UDFA comp. I could see Logan Jones being the starter, and now Bradbury is either depth or expendable trade bait now. You don't spend a second-round pick on a 4-year starter at center from a school like Iowa and have him riding the pines.
You saying that, man? The Ravens have actually come out and said basically they're in center hell, and they should probably make a trade with the Bears for Bradbury because they were looking for certain Mr. Logan in the draft, and the Bears snuck up in the second and snaked him out from underneath them, and they were expecting to get him much later in the draft. Since the Bears took him, they need a center, but the Bears have a couple of centers, and maybe they might be willing to, relinquish a certain Mr. Bradbury. So, like, you might be bang on, but this is like what I'm talking about right now was released by the Ravens brass. It isn't from like ESPN or, you know what I mean? Like it's some sort of
somebody's uncle.
You know what I mean? A podcast here and there. This is actually from the Ravens themselves saying, look, y'all, go get this center. Maybe you throw them a 4th rounder, they spent a 5th, and it's a walk.
Come up a little something.
Let me end this conversation because we got to get out of here before I'm talking about get to the next subject before we have to go. It was interesting. You just mentioned the Ravens, and I was just having a conversation with somebody about the best football I've ever seen in my life. And I've seen some great football. I used to be a Cowboys fan. I've told y'all that. Alongside being a Bears fan. But I let them some bitches go. Listen, let me tell you something. The best football I've ever seen, and I challenge anybody to ever show me an era of football that was better than this one, is when the Ravens in their heyday, Ray Lewis Ravens, and when they were playing against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I watched them dudes, and that was just the college battles. You know, you want to see some other great football, go watch some 80, mid 80s, late 80s, early 90s Miami, Florida State games. You're talking about the best football you'll ever see. I'm a junkie to that kind of shit. I know. Let me tell you something. You're talking about a coach that got stuck in the mud. The Steelers got stuck in the mud playing in the box too tough and trying to hit everybody. Along came a cat named, I don't know if you guys remember, I think he passed away. I don't know what happened to him. It was a cat named Jacoby Jones. I don't know if you guys remember him.
Yeah, I do. He used to do
returner and a receiver, right?
Yeah.
They brought him onto the team, and that put them over the top. And that was just John Harbaugh, knowing that, okay, I'm starting to become a relic just like Mike Tomlin, and we're stuck in the same, physical battle in the front, and we're just trying to destroy each other. I need something on my team that can break the mold. And in a snap, here came Jacoby Jones and broke that whole rivalry wide ass open. I don't know if y'all remember watching them games, but it was that guy, Jacoby Jones, a coach that had the mind to know that this is another way we can get him. We can get him on special teams. We can get him with the deep ball. And I'm not saying that John Harbaugh, I do think, became a stick in the mud eventually. And I was just talking about Flus that way. But I'm talking about the innovation of knowing that a football game is played in very, very tight quarters, and 1 or 2 plays, 3 plays at the most, can be the difference in a game. And knowing how you can get those 1 or 2 plays or 3 plays is the difference between a really good coach and a coach that's stuck in the mud. We don't have a coach that's stuck in the mud. I think the guy knows what he's doing, and I believe that with my heart. I'm watching the things that they're doing, and it's making me have that compulsion. And so if I can encourage anybody out there listening to any of us, whether it's me, Kedge, or Triple R on any one of our channels, we have different ways of how we see this thing. And I'm telling you, from my perspective, I think they know exactly what they're doing. And my job as a podcaster is to give you the information no matter how it comes, but I'm going to give you what I think on the interior. And I think 110% they know exactly what they're doing on both sides of the ball and in the front office, with both of those two guys that are control of the defense and the offense having an influence on the front office. And so I'm just telling you guys, just relax. Let these guys finish what they're doing. We're still in the thickets of the offseason. We're not done assembling this team. And no matter what you've seen in the draft and what you've seen in the free agency period, there's still time to add to this team. So just wait. Let them put the whole meal together. And when it's cooked, we can judge it. That's all I got to say about it. But we do need to get to the next part of the show. And this gets real quick, man. And this is just real life that's going on. And we don't have to really exaggerate on this because this is real stuff. This is life we're living outside of football, man. So let's get it started. So, Trips, you did let me know that the last graphic I did, given the information, was a little bit less legible. How does this look in comparison?
A little busy. Need a background or something to stand out.
I'll try to fix that.
I'm trying to read here because it's kind of blending in. All right, but latest fallout from war. Okay, there we go. Number 1. Food security crisis. The conflict is spreading. The conflict is spreading hunger far beyond the region, due to spiked fertilizer prices. Urea rose up 80. Oh, urea rose 85%.
That's a fertilizer component waste product that helps them produce the fertilizer.
Mm-hmm. All right. 2, fuel prices have more than doubled in the most affected areas and soon to spread. Oh, no comment? Okay.
No,
3,
just read it. We're gonna comment on each one.
estimated U.S. cost of war have reached past 25 billion, with an expectation to cost a minimum of another 100 billion. 4, key oil supply chains are broken, causing the global economy to shrink. 5, airspace and travel disruptions continue to increase as airline companies may choose bankruptcy to mediate debt caused by rising oil prices.
Thank you, Trip. I see you in there, Smitty. I got to do a better job, but I'm trying to cram too much into one damn. I gotta spread it out a little bit more. But I'm always thinking about how much media space I have, and anyway, I'll fix that. Don't worry about it next week. But the first one, okay, let me read it again. He says, food security crisis. The conflict is spreading hunger far beyond the region due to spike fertilizer prices. Urea, which is a component of how they make the fertilizer, it's a waste. It's a waste product. It's so urine, feces, and all that it takes to make fertilizer. That price rose 85%. And what that's going to do is to immediately impact the farmer. I don't care what region of the world you are, unless you have another means and way of producing this kind of fertilizer, it's gonna mess everything up because you're not able to grow the foods at the same rate. So you can try to go without that fertilizer that's going to spur the growth of your product, and you ain't going to have that kind of product production. So you take these fertilizer products out of the supply chain, that people that farm these goods, and you have a problem, and you're going to have a food security problem all over the world unless you have some answer for the fertilizer that ain't going to be there in a large quantity like it was. Let's talk about that first.
Yeah, shit's more expensive. You know what I mean? I don't. It's what's going to kick everybody's ass the longer this stuff continues on. Um, it's all trickled down from that cost, which then is baked into the food itself that you're getting. It's baked into the food you're buying at the restaurant. It's a problem across the board, man. There's no way to avoid this one outside of really, um, that war ending. About it. This one sucks.
It's far worse a downfall of consequences, basically, than we can. I know I can literally feel right now. I'm talking about as a citizen of this country, and it's spreading, man. It's spreading. It's you may not hear about it, but I'm hearing about shortages at food banks. I'm hearing about shortages at all these places where the least of us need the most of the help. Is shortages down there, and it's starting to get real, and we haven't even gotten into the summer yet, into the growing season, and towards the end we get the harvest season, and we haven't seen the ramifications yet in real time, but the information is out there, and even though we don't see it yet, it doesn't mean it's not there.
Well, we see it, but we just don't know we're seeing it, because if you go to the grocery store, pretty regularly, and you get pretty much the same stuff during the same time, your staples. And it's like, all right, I'll go to the store, the first week of the month and the third week of the month, however you divide it out. And so that when I go, I spend about $75 each time, and I get this much food. But when you go to that register and you have pretty much the same items you have in there that normally cost you about $75, but then the register comes up to 125, and you look in there like, what just happened? And it's like, do I have to put some stuff back, or do I just go ahead and get this and try to figure out what the hell just happened? Because every item is higher by a dime, by a quarter, a few shekels here, a few rubles there, and all that shit adds up by the time you put it in your cart. And it's like, man, and then you see it. But when this crisis, number one from the fallout, is when the urea, the fertilizer, the part of the ingredients that they need to grow food is not there. What does that mean, kids? That means that food doesn't get grown. And so when it's due to fulfill its spot in the supply chain and refresh the grocery store shelves, it's not going to be there because it wasn't produced. So the food that is there is going to be more expensive, because of the lack of other food. So yeah, we're going to be seeing that real soon.
You know what? You know how it really affects people, and it doesn't touch us here in the United States in the same way, but it does a little bit. But in other parts of the world that doesn't grow these certain products or these nutrients, these vital resources that grow very well in other places, that are able to ship all those surpluses and give a lot of those surpluses, US aid and all these other different international organizations that made sure that the places that didn't have as much could have, you know what I mean? And not as many people starve. All of that shit gets nipped just right there in the bud, man. It's going to be bad on a level that I don't know that we can really understand, man. It's going to be intolerably bad, man, if this continues.
And then also, from the American perspective, kids, that soft power that Nomad's talking about by the USAID allowed, let's say, a doorway, an open door for the United States to be in those places. Be like, hey, we hooking you up with these malaria tents and shit. So make sure you sell us your rare earth minerals, because we need them to make some computer stuff back at the crib. And they was like, all right, cool. But we canceled all that stuff of the aid that we were giving them. And now China is moving and is like, hey, US, yeah, they faked on you, but we got you. And so now, all of the soft power that, the United States of America used to enjoy is going by way to China.
Well, man. Yeah, that's happening. But I mean, I can't even blame I can't even blame the Chinese. It's not like, it's not even as if they're doing something wrong. They're just doing business. They're willing to do business in a situation where a certain somebody is, gone around the globe and said, hey, like, you're my neighbor, but like, you're gonna have to pay me to park in my parking spot. I know you just, you just came by. You need to park there for a couple minutes. I know you live right next door, and I park in your spot all the time, but you got to pay me. If you know what I mean, it's just a very, very interesting situation that, and one of the things that I want to sort of put out there for you guys is Canada's a pretty large producer of oil. We have what they call the oil sands in Alberta that produces a fair amount of oil. And you know what we do with that oil? Do you guys have any idea what we do with the oil? No? We sell it to y'all. As in, we don't sell the oil to Canadians first so that Canadians could potentially, get gas and or oil or petrol type products at a cheaper rate. We sell it to the United States of America, to big oil, if you will, who then resells it to Canadians after marking it up. Which is one of the craziest things that in concept to really understand. So basically what I'm saying is, even though we produce tons of oil in this country, we're just as fucked as you are because homie decided to go to war. We don't, you know what I mean? As a country, Canada doesn't have, there's absolutely no reason why our gas at the pump in Canada just jumped up to 20 points. There's no reason for this. We could use our own gas, but we don't. Facts of the matter is that oil baron makes more money selling it to the US. So, middle fingers to Canadians.
Well, that's kind of like the dude with the bridge, the private bridge outside Detroit or Toronto or whatever. That's a toll to go back and forth. And then when y'all tried to build the free bridge, he blocked it.
Yep.
Yeah, that kind of shit.
That same little situation. It is just interesting stuff to kind of look at across the board. And as much as I don't really like the guy who's in office here in Canada either, I have my problems with him. But he's kind of come to the realization that maybe we kind of need to do some deals with China because everybody's collectively getting screwed over. So we might have to do some screwing.
That's number two. Fuel prices have more than doubled. And so that when we say fuel, that's not just gasoline. That's diesel.
That's jet fuel. That's
jet fuel. That's the basis, the oil basis for a lot of different products. So it's not just gasoline that this oil is used for in production, but we've seen how much this, what is it, like 2 months that it's been, however long it's been, this disruption, and we see how much the prices have risen. If this continues longer or gets worse and continues longer, we're just on the precipice of the prices of this shit.
Damn right. We right there at the needle point. It gets larger.
This has only just begun, guys, and that's kind of where we are. And I like me explaining that little situation when the tariffs started, and me and you really were talking about tariffs a little bit there, Trip. When that started, I could not understand for the life of me why Canada and Mexico didn't just sort of form a coalition and trade amongst themselves. And
well, that's what's happening now, kids.
But this is where I'm going. This is where I'm going. Like I was saying this. I don't know, whenever it started, like 9 months ago. Like, this is what should be in place. And you even reach out to China. Now you can make some good coin, because what's wild is the United States of America is not going to stop buying all those things, those products.
And they didn't even have to be geniuses to figure that out. It's very simple. It's cause and effect. It's fucking cause and effect. If these idiots want to go barrel head first into the ground and destroy themselves, we need to figure out some other shit, guys. Let's do it. That's simple.
And that's what the whole freaking world did, country by country. They made their own deals, bypassing the United States, and now the U.S. dollar, has no place near the strength that it had or prestige that it had around the world because it's shit now. And now China is moving into all these other places and like, hey, we got some currency over here. We got you. Oh, what you need? We got you. Oh, you need tech stuff? We make all that shit over here. We got you. Oh, the US, they don't make none of that without us. Because all the places in the world that sell the stuff, we got relationships with. Y'all done tricked it off. So we have to buy domestically in America everything we use from someplace else because we don't make nothing. We make guns and weapons, that's here in this country. We make AI data centers, but yeah, that's not really making anything. But other than that, everything else is outsourced. We import everything. So the world is looking at the United States like, hey, oh, you want this stuff? Oh, well, it used to cost $5. Now it's going to cost $25. Enjoy.
Hey, man, let me tell you something. This next part is the estimated U.S. cost of the war have reached past 25 billion with the expectation of a minimum of another $100 billion. And, we're talking about your money. And we're talking about, I really think, and I know I don't think too many people will disagree with me. I do think this administration is doing everything they can from a private standpoint, whether they're doing it with that state over there in the Middle East that has a star. I'm not going to even say the name because it triggers something. They are trying to fleece this government. They're trying to fleece this treasury, and they're doing everything they can to do it. Every time that country over there with the star fires an anti-aircraft missile, that's $1 million, bro. Matter of fact, it's $10 million. Every time they have to fight off, a missile, every time they fire one of them, and guess where that shit came from? Our tax money. And so every time they willy-nilly sit behind a desk and sign an order, to give somebody this or do that, that's costing everybody. And at some point, we got to stop fucking paying for this shit. Stop fucking paying taxes. And everybody needs to start doing that. And, that might be a daunting thought for everybody out there, but I'm sick and tired of people's good ass money going to fight evil people's wars. That's number two. But number four is key oil supply chains. And Kez just touched on this just a second ago. Key oil supply chains are broken, causing the global economy to shrink. And that's what's really happening in real time. And so the global economy is really paring down to kind of redistricting is what it is. It's redistricting and re-situation.
Yeah, reorganizing.
Yeah. And it's that takes time, man.
Yeah.
You can't. No, man, it's gonna take 10 years to get this oiled up and ready. It's just not gonna be as simple as people think. Okay, we just start doing this over here. We'll start doing this with them over there. No, that takes 10 years to get that fundamentally functioning in the proper way. That doesn't happen overnight. It's gonna be all kinds of blocks and disruptions in it because somebody's not gonna be happy over here. This person ain't gonna be happy over there. They're gonna be trying to stop it.
Everything's changing. I mean, just think of it this way. Think of any highway, interstate highway that you travel frequently. I'll just say Route 66 for a namesake. So you travel this highway. It's a very popular place. You got your gas stations, your rest stops, your tourist things, all of that. people make a living off of these businesses. Now, a different highway opens 10 miles that way. So now this Route 66 is, not necessary, not traveled as much. Now all the traffic's going to this other highway. So what happens? The businesses close along Route 66. It's a life-changing event for these people because their livelihood is no more. It's changed. They got to go someplace else. They got to do something different. And when your livelihood that you've grown and nurtured, from a small business is now just kaput because the road closed, that'll make you feel a certain kind of way. And then the people that are reaping the rewards from these changes are the ones who have the resources to invest and open up the new spots, that have the money to build a new bridge or has the money to purchase all of these farms that are being foreclosed on because they can't, pay their mortgages because they can't grow the freaking crops because they can't get the damn fertilizer because of all this bullshit over here. So when they go out of business, now the people who got the paper, who were part of the cause of all this bullshit over here, come in, buy their stuff for pennies on the dollar, and make more of a profit. And this is kind of what happens when you reroute things, when you change things, and when things are manipulated unnaturally. So it's a bad state of affairs all the way around.
Yep. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I gotta throw some condiment on the sandwich you just prepared, which is a great one. It's stacked up. The condiment is mayo on this one, because let's think about the game of Monopoly we were just talking about. Now we're redistricting, we're rerouting, we're resituating, and guess what? All that water and all those land masses and all those places that have to be crossed into people's territories, guess what? Here come the taxes. You're going to pay it at every freaking stop.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's internationally, all the way domestically, things are in chaos. Internationally, NATO bases are closing. Countries that we've been allied with are like, nah, y'all tripping. Y'all got to go. And, so we're being isolated as a country. Statewide, what Nomad was referring to was, it's like, hey, black people, y'all want to vote? Yeah, get the fuck out of here, basically. Across the southern states, mainly the ones that fought for the South in the Confederate War, where they went to law school, put on suits, and, got jobs in the courts, Supreme Courts, and all that stuff. And so they're changing the laws and the rules because their agendas are being voted down because they're so goddamn popular. So they're changing the rules of the game. They cheat like they always do to make sure that they stay in power. And it's the same thing domestically with the states, internationally with the countries, and that single starred flag over there in the Middle East causing all that ruckus. You know what I mean? They got their own agenda, and the people of the world are just ants to them.
And they're and literally in that term, that's how they look at everybody else. They think they're supposed to control everything. They think they lied to their citizens, they lied to themselves, they lied to everybody to think that they're chosen people. Man, these are some heathens. But we'll just leave that there and get to the last part of the conversation, because we'll grow on that conversation a little bit more, because I'm tired of holding that back. The last point is aerospace and travel disruptions continue to increase as airline companies may choose bankruptcy to mediate debt caused by rising oil prices.
Did you ever fly Spirit Airlines, Nomad?
Never had to. Never had to. I know
you ever fly kids?
No, not yet. You
won't either.
I guess that's very true. I was really hoping they had really good rates to get to Florida, to be honest with you. And I looked at them at some point. I was like, damn, I should probably take a trip up to up the East Coast and see my fams. But so much for that deal.
Well, but the sad part about it is it was the Spirit Airlines got the reputation as, the ghetto airline, because they were so low cost, everything was a la carte. Oh, you want a seatbelt? That's extra. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. But they were very beneficial to communities traveling throughout the the Caribbean, from Miami and the Southeast over there. And they provided an alternative to, Delta American, where it's like, well, I got to pay $800 for that ticket. You know what I'm saying? I get it for, $75 plus expenses on Spirit. But they also employed 17,000 people, that got a paycheck and was able to pay their bills because of them. But, bad management is one thing, but these costs from this not even declared a war yet, this excursion or whatever the fuck. Now they're on the unemployment line.
It's an excursion now? Is that what it is?
No, that's what it started out as, an excursion.
Oh, it was an excursion.
Yeah, that's not. I think they wanted to tell him incursion, but he's such a genius that he didn't get it right. But so you got a lot of layoffs. You got the travel industries disrupted because not only did they go out of business, Spirit, but the other airlines are hiking the prices of their tickets, by several $100s because their jet fuel has gone up by several $100s. And this is the beginning of May. You know what that means? Summer's coming, travel season, vacations, and that's gonna hit different when the airline prices are $400 higher and the gas is like $6 a gallon.
Well, let's speak to what Smitty's saying here. I don't completely get the back end of it. He said, all right, boys, 118 gallons. He's talking about filling up his truck. Plus DEF is $640.
And but give us a point of reference. How much was that before it went up? Because that don't mean nothing. And what the hell's DEF?
I don't know what DEF is.
I mean diesel. I get that.
We might have been talking about that. But that's
but it's like, all right, 118 gallons. So you know what it is. And normally it would have been how much versus the 640?
Last week I remember he put up the number of about 800 for I don't remember how many gallons, but it was like $800. I just remember that. I can't remember how many gallons he put up. I saw that 800 number and it stuck with me.
Yeah, but 118 gallons? You know what I mean? But we did at least get to the point that it's not coming out of Smitty's pocket, but it is coming out of the company's pocket, and everything is passed along. So while you're out there, it's like whatever you going to Disneyland or you want to drive or you want to go see volcanoes or whatever you're doing, because that's what people do in the summer, right? You go on vacations, you do shit. So plan for it. Let's see. So I was at half a tank. That should have been 300. So instead of 300, it was 640. That's $340, kids. Difference.
God, that's it in a nutshell right there.
That's cool. Wow.
That's it in a effing nutshell right there.
And this ain't even the projected bad or worst.
Man, we just at the spearhead of it. We just at the effing spearhead.
Bullshit.
How bad is this shit gonna get?
It's so. We'll say this again. It's gonna get a lot worse before it gets better. And what I mean by that is I'm heavily under the impression that your dollar is going to collapse.
Oh yeah. That's a given.
Right. Economically, it's an easy call. That's an afterthought. What happens after that is
my brother. I've been calling this one for 2 years, if not 20 years. Right. The question for me was how are they going to do it? And now we're at the precipice of how they're going to do it. So I don't know how you get around this at this present time,
There is no.
You don't. You can't. I mean, we can't. There is nothing that this country produces that is keeping that bubble blown up except AI data centers. And the communities that those are going into don't want them because of their drain on the natural resources, their drain on the electrical grid, their drain on all the water and all that stuff. And they say, oh yeah, it's for AI slop, or is it for surveillance? I'm thinking, yeah, both, but more surveillance, because they're just building too many, too big, too all over the place, and they are all supporting each other. So, Facebook invests in Twitter, Twitter invests in Facebook, they both invest in Google, so they keep that loop going. But outside of the AI, this country makes shit.
Hey, bro, let me tell y'all guys something. It's not about. I know. All I know is this: that pretty, fluffy, bubbly, leisurely world that a lot of us, and I ain't gonna include myself in that situation.
Patrick Higgins said the
A lot of
smart shit. Sorry.
a lot of us, a lot of people live in this world just went bye-bye. That leisurely, fluffy, flowery ass, I'm this, I'm that. And man, that shit just went bye-bye overnight. So guess what? People that had all of that privilege, all of that extra economic power, extra economic waste money, and just flaunting it around people and dogging people because they didn't live the lifestyle that you live. Guess what? I'm enjoying watching you fall back down to earth. You son of a bitches.
Oh,
Well,
you
there's always
get it.
Life imitating art, art imitating life. I don't know, go figure. But we've seen the dystopian future type movies, and your Mad Maxes, where there's been some kind of fallout or event that happens. But we've seen other where it's kind of not that dystopian, like a RoboCop or Running Man.
Bitches Leave. That's a great film.
There you go.
Favorite quote in a film. Sorry, continue.
Oh, yeah. Where there are a lot of just unemployed, homeless, unhoused masses, that are just in the street, and the people with the means, are traveling with their own, private security force, basically. They the Demolition Man, all of those have not movies, and we're seeing it happen real time. We're seeing the haves, talk about their influencing and their, $500 dishes that they got to try, but it's all fake. And then you got real people who can't afford real food, but real food is hard to find because it's all science experiments in a grocery store. So, I mean, the badness that we have seen in the future is here. And it's like, well, what do we do about it? Can we change it? How do we change it? What do we do to change it?
The question is, for a lot of those people that's sitting in their perceived mountaintop, you know what they're terrified of? Is if they come tumbling down, what we might do.
Yeah. Well, there's that. Because they know how they've been treating people, and they're like, oh, that would be bad if they treated us that way. But something that is enlightening, and like kids brought up earlier, the Paris Hilton example, that, in their world, this is a catastrophe. There was something I saw recently that an older white couple, and it's relevant, the race here, because they adopted a young black child. And they now saw the world, how the world treated this young innocent child that was theirs, that they loved. And it's like, well, why are you treating them like that? Well, because it's a ninja. And then it was like, oh, that's why those black people are always so mad, because they get treated like this. And it didn't dawn on them, or they did not recognize it until it was in their household, this black child, and they felt that hate from outside. And so it kind of clicked to them as like, oh, racism, that's bad. But the entire time they had never considered it. There's a lot of those people too, surprisingly.
Man, before we get out of this, and we're gonna have a choice here to make in just a second to close the show out. But man, let me tell you something. Reality is and karma. It's all joined together in a lightning bolt, hitting everybody. And either you're fit to withstand it, or your mental fragility is going to show here. And I'm seeing a lot of mental fragility showing now. Lots of it. I mean, any little bit of adversity, the cracks are starting to show. I mean, it's another level of shit I've been seeing lately. It's a whole other level. It's like, oh my God, I'm being stopped for a DUI. Bitch, you've been drinking since like 7 this morning and driving. It's 6 o'clock in the afternoon and you're still drinking. Excuse my language. I don't like using that word, but that just slipped out of my mouth. But the fragility is showing up. And so this is it, man. You talking about the fallout for more. This is just the overview of some of the things that are the domino effect of what's happening right now. Some of the details I did not do because I just didn't have enough time to detail them. But as we move forward, we will highlight them and show you guys exactly how it's affecting people, because don't expect this to get no better. This is going to get worse.
And then also got to give a shout out. We got to give because the latest fallout and all the economical consequences that it has on us, we don't like that. But we got to give a shout out to the people over there that are getting the shit blown out of them when they just trying to go about their life. Because now they're pawns in this game that nobody wants to play, that are getting bombed and shit on. So, while we may be paying with our pocketbooks, a lot of those people are paying with their lives. So we got to remember that when we are inconvenienced.
All right. Great breakdowns, guys. Great. I love the way y'all speak. I love the way y'all spoke to all of this, man. And as many as we can, we'll get them out on shorts, because I think people need to understand this in the most layman terms that they can, because that's the way it should be explained, because it's very simple. Cause and effect. That's what this whole conversation is about. Cause and effect. And most of us are on the effect side of it. If not all.
Silver spoon motherfuckers are the cause.
Mm-hmm. So you need to know what's going on. And the only reason we're doing this right now is because we cannot ignore it. We'd be fools to ignore what's going on right now. But people need information, and we'll do the best we can to give it to you and break it down the best we can. But that's Doomsday Survival for this week. And before we get out of here, I want to say this, fellas, and give you an opportunity. We got like 30 minutes to really get in and get out of here. Would you rather do a movie breakdown of something you know, or a music breakdown of something you know? I'm not going to be surprised at the answer.
I'm flexible.
Me too, but I'll lean music this time.
All right, let's go music.
You want to go music? All right.
Ice Cube, America's Most Wanted.
Ha ha, fool!
Never got gaffeled like that.
I can't finish the rest of the title track. I love this album, actually. It's a great album. It's one of my favorite. This is
think about the title.
Ice Cube is down with the PE. Now every single want to see me. Trust me, this is a good. This is my favorite. In my favorite Ice Cube albums, my favorite Ice Cube era I have to say I've probably lost a lot of love for Ice Cube over the years after that. But this album was mostly produced by Hank Shockley, who I brought up earlier on in the Bomb Squad. This is a Bomb Squad
Hank
produced
Shockley, Eric Sadler.
Eric Sadler. Yeah, that's the other one.
I'm the name you love to hate.
The Bomb Squad was probably, I'd say, outside of the Bomb Squad and probably Organized Noise, probably the best and the most slept on production group ever to do it.
I don't think either one of them was slept on.
Once upon a time in the projects, yo.
If you ain't steeped in this, they slept on.
Oh, okay.
Well, you're steeped in it. I'm steeped in it.
I'm very steeped in it. Like I'm saying, I wouldn't.
Who's the Mac?
Guys, I would think are slept on as guys like, strangely, your neck of the woods. I'd say No ID's kind of slept on, or as a producer, I would say
Smoking on hash.
There's a couple of really slept on folks out there, man.
You know, I still spell America like that.
Can I tell a story like real quick so I can set this up? So when this happened, you talking about, and you know, people will have different varying opinions about who and what they think this was, but you're talking about something that changed the game, and maybe not in the best way possible. Not in the best way possible for sure. But when the West Coast really sunk their claws into the hip hop scene, it was NWA. And Ice Cube, major card holder here in that group. Dr. Dre with the production. Of course, the other pieces around MC Ren, DOC that people don't know was a part of that.
Doc, yo.
I have done extensive homework on this whole situation. I watch every video I can get my hands on. But you know, for all the people that were East Coast people, and you know, hip hop was a way. It had a certain vibe to it, and it came off in a certain way. And even though there was some violence in some of the lyrics that were going on, they took total umbrage against everything that happened out of the West Coast at the time, because they were basically telling you from their standpoint hip hop the way they saw it, and through their own lyrics versus the East Coast. The East and West Coast differences were simple. The mantle was going from east to west. The people that had the voice were out west, and the East Coast wasn't used to it, and they had a visceral reaction to it, lyrically and you know sonically. They did not like the fact that West Coast had taken over hip hop.
And so I need you to put a pin in what you're saying, because when this album came out, 90% of what you're saying didn't really exist.
What?
Yeah.
Wait. Say that one more time. Say that one more time. I'm trying to tell the story, but what you just say?
I'm saying that there wasn't really any, like this album is a great example of the opposite of what you're saying. So this album is an East Coast produced album for Ice Cube, who had just left not Death Row, but had just left Ruthless Records. On this album, there's a track with him, Big Daddy Kane, and like there was no
kids, what does that have to do with what I just said?
How did you miss it? What you're saying is that there was some level of animosity between the East Coast. This album is a great example of that. There wasn't.
That's the producers that are there to make money. That's one way. The way you're looking at it is from a MC's perspective.
No, I'm looking at it from a fan perspective. This album is
no. There's an MC's perspective who is paid by a company and contracted by a company to perform and produce a certain amount of records, versus most producers were kind of, they were just kind of, they were out there. They can make money however they wanted to. A rapper, if you wanted to get on somebody's record at that time, you got to get the clearance of your record company. These producers were this, they were hitmen out there. They were just making money however they can make it. Just because they did this record with Ice Cube doesn't dispel what I was just talking about. But let me finish, man.
Okay.
So I'm watching this stuff in sequence, and Cube. Now, if somebody would have told me after listening to the NWA record with the greatness of Dr. Dre and his production, that Ice Cube would be able to go on the clear other side of the country and turn this SHIT out with the Bomb Squad that produced all the Public Enemy's records for at that time. And I'm just talking about, I'm giving you the truth of how I think about it sonically and how that music sounded with Public Enemy, and trying to match up Ice Cube's lyrics with that sound. I would have told you, I'm talking about not hearing one track. I've been like, that ain't gonna work. I'll tell you why it worked. Ice Cube upped his lyric game to a level that to this day he hasn't really matched. He upped his lyrical game. And I've heard different interviews from Ice Cube. I've heard from Eric Sadler. I've heard from, the Shockleys. Heard from all of them. And they all say the same thing. He came out there on a mission to not lose. And because he was on the East Coast producing this record, he felt the need to up his lyrical game, because guess who was studying the East Coast the entire time the East Coast was popping? The West Coast. And so there's a story here. He admired the shit out of the East Coast, and he always did. Most of the people out there out West, I'm talking about, I include the entire NWA group, they admired the East Coast. How could you not? And so he came into that situation knowing that I need to up my game lyrically, because that's what the expectation is out here in New York. And he did that on this record. So that's what I'm getting at. But the beef was real, and the resentment was real from the East Coast. There's too many records to point that out.
Well, yeah, but this wasn't one of them.
No, hell no. Hell no.
This is the influence of the Public Enemy production with Shockley and all them coming out to the West Coast, with a collab. Now, Ice Cube wrote all of NWA's lyrics basically. And he's from the hood, but he went to school out, in the burbs. So he had more of a range of knowledge than just the ones that stayed in the hood. His parents were teachers, so he had a foundation of some knowledge. So yes, he wrote lyrics, but none of those lyrics were dissing the East Coast. They were all talking about their hood, but it had that East Coast flavor because of the production. And then, when Dre, cat got back into the old school funk in the trunk, that Too Short influence, and then, DJ Quick and all them, and that kind of sound, that West Coast sound, and, the Jay Dilla sound and all that. But America's Most Wanted was not a crossover, but it was a good bridge from the East Coast hip hop that was popping at the time to the West Coast, but it didn't have all of the West Coast sound, if you will. It was an East Coast sound out West to get them out West to expose more of the West Coast sound.
What I'm trying to say is that
let me give a shout out to Sir Jinx before you finish, because he was a heavy hand in some of the production that wasn't East Coast. Sir Jinx, shout out to Sir Jinx, but go ahead, kids.
The sound hadn't really been established yet, right? Like the sound that is attributed to the West Coast is really engineered by by sort of two folks, and the names I'm going to drop, neither one is Dr. Dre. The first one is by shit.
Don't stray off the radar.
Who?
Don't stray off the radar. We talking about this record.
I'm not really straying off the radar here. Damn, why can't I remember the name of this group right now? I'm blanking out. So DJ Quick is one of the guys. The other guy is from a Ruthless Records group, Above the Law. That's the group, and that's where you get the sound. The sound comes from Above the Law. They really engineered G-Funk before Dre started with before Dre kind of like.
Kids, this ain't got shit off. G-Funk came way after.
This is what I'm trying to say, and that's when, like, there really became a distinct sound for the West Coast. West Coast music and East Coast music at this time kind of sounded the same. There wasn't like a distinct difference in sound. There might be a bit of a distinct lyrical difference because like mainly with NWA, they were really talking about what was happening, in their hood versus what you would get from a Public Enemy who was just more politically charged, or what you'd get from an EPMD at the same time, which was again kind of like New York gangstery a little bit, or Cool G Rap, who's also like New York gangster. This is all at the same time, but the sound itself, like those early NWA albums could pass as East Coast albums.
Yeah,
kind of sounded the same.
Well, I beg to differ here, and this is where it got different for me. And I'm just talking about NWA. I'm talking about Ice Cube. I'm trying to stay right there, and I'm talking about the difference between a record from the West Coast NWA versus a popular East Coast records. It had a lot of boom and bap, and from song to song to song to song, you might have had a little bit of filler in between, but I'm gonna tell you how the West Coast got it different, especially with Dr. Dre. He was painting pictures, he was putting interludes in there, he was putting people's personalities in there. I'm talking about skits, he was taking samples from here and there, a video he saw here, a video he saw there to set up the next track. In between the dope ass tracks that he was producing and the MCing that Ice Cube and everybody else was doing, they were creating skits underneath that, and it kept you there. You know what I mean? You wanted to see what the next thing was. And so what they did was take it another level that way. And the production, if you listen to it from track to track, the West Coast definitely figured out a sound. And I'll tell you what the sound is, and I can only kind of imitate it, but I'm not going to make that noise here on a live show. But it was a synthesizer that kind of was in all of these tracks. And I'm talking about,
yeah.
You listen to Lil Ghetto Boy. That's a Little Ghetto Boy or something.
That's G. What you're talking about is G-Funk, bro.
No, it ain't, bro. G-Funk is something.
Kids.
G-Funk didn't even exist until long after Dr. Dre left NWA and left.
What I'm trying to tell you is it did law, which is
the law didn't exist until towards the end of that
Above the Law is before Death Row. It is on Ruthless Records. It's right after Dre left, right after Ice Cube left. They dropped 2 albums, maybe a third.
Kids, I got all the records, man. Don't waste your breath. Don't waste.
So you're saying that Above the Law didn't introduce G-Funk?
There was some G-Funk sound in
the G-Funk sound, bro. That's what we're
talking about, man.
But that's the West Coast sound. What you're describing is G-Funk.
West Coast sound is.
If you're saying that Are you
The
saying
West
that
Coast
like
sound in a whole is Roger Troutman. That's what they did. Zap, Roger Troutman. They sampled a heavy
yeah, they
Roger
sampled
Troutman.
that's
They sampled
G-Funk.
heavy George Clinton. And
That's G-Funk.
they called it gangster funk. That's
What do
what
you think the G and G-Funk stands for, my brother?
they stole it. They didn't steal it from the East Coast.
What the
They
fuck you
stole
think?
it. Kids, listen to me, man. Let me finish what I need to say, man. The G and G funk is gangster. Like this is what we do on the West Coast. The funk comes from Roger Troutman, Zap, and George Clinton and Parliament Funkadelic. Really had nothing to do with the East Coast whatsoever. They were sampling the dog shit out of that. That's what they love. Roy Ayers, Parliament Funkadelic, George Clinton. I mean, that thing is what they captured. And they turned it into a monster.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with the East Coast, bro.
I didn't say that. What are you I'm not sure what you missed. I said Ruthless Records is a West Coast it's West Coast. That's Easy E's
label.
Start talking about G-Funk, and to me, you straight off the radar. That has nothing to do with this record, and
you just literally described G-Funk.
Because you made me do it.
Huh?
I'm trying to talk about Ice Cube, this record, NWA, and that whole story. And you went G-Funk, and I'm trying to.
Yeah, because what you were describing in the first place was the potential animosity between East Coast and West Coast rap at that time. And what I was saying is there wasn't one. It was just rap. West Coast music hadn't even developed the sound yet. That sound was under development, right?
Started by Above the Law.
If you were listening to, and like one of my personal favorite albums to this day, if you're listening to Easy E's first album, dope album, all written by Ice Cube, dope LP. It sounds like you could play Beastie Boys after it, and they track together. They sound similar. Paul Revere and We Want Easy, Boys in the Hood, kind of like you could bump them back to back in the same whip.
Well, that's that Hank Shockley influence, ain't
it? They have the same type.
If you want to get particular about sound and who originated a sound on a coast, you got to go past ATL, which is Above the Law. You got to go past NWA. You're gonna stop somewhere around fucking Ice-T and King T. Evil D, who was producing a lot of what Ice-T was doing. King T, that was a bunch of what's his name? I can't think of his name right off the top of my head.
Alcoholics.
No. There's another dude that was producing I forget his name, man, but he ended up producing a lot of Too Short. He ended up producing some of the Alcoholics and some of this other stuff. And so the West Coast sound,
Jay Dilla,
was in development.
Wasn't Dilla.
Since we were talking about it's been in development. So they were developing their sound, their own particular flow out there. What I love about this record, hold on, man. I just want to finish this story so we can get out of here. What I love about this record is the dynamic of East Coast sound fused into a West Coast rapper with some West Coast rapping influence and production influence happening at the same time. I don't think it was ever done quite this way, ever in history. To this day, I don't think East Coast producer or a group of East Coast producers ever was able to put out a record to this magnitude with a West Coast rapper. And there might be some records out there to argue with this, but you're talking about dope-ass production, dope-ass storyline. Everything was right there on point. It's one of the best records I ever heard. I do not agree with all the messages that were on these songs, and that's the point of the conversation. It's about whether or not even though I think it's a profound record, I want to know, do you guys think it's a profound record? I think it was a crowd shifter, and I think it was a movement shaker, man. What y'all think about that?
I love, like I said, this is easily my favorite Ice Cube LP, followed closely by Death Certificate, which is right after this one. But even Death Certificate doesn't really hold a candle to this. This album, I think this album had close to 21, maybe like might have had more than 21 tracks on it, and all of them are dope. Like there's maybe one or two tracks that you might wind up skipping over, but dope tracks all the way through this LP. I have to say it, right? Like this is in my opinion, this is Ice Cube at his young peak, but folks may beg to differ in that respect.
Yeah, a young O'Shea Jackson doing his thing. Son looked just like him. So this album was, originated on the West Coast, but it was, across the country. It was like, oh shit, that was dope. Because at the time there wasn't the beef, to where people in Brooklyn or the Bronx, were like, yeah, I'm not listening to, Ice Cube because he's from Compton. That wasn't a thing at the time. So it's kind of like, oh shit, this is dope. And then, with Ice-T being from Jersey, that kind of bridged that gap a little bit. But when this came out, it was just a continuation of that Public Enemy, Hank Shockley, production domination. And I was like, oh shit, they out west now? Okay, what these fools rapping about? What's that shit in their hair? What's all that curls? Oh, look at that. Oh, it's hot, ain't it? Okay. So we were introduced to, Eazy-E and all them. And then it's like, okay, they can flow. Oh, Ice Cube. Okay, he's definitely talented. And then, Dr. Dre and Wicked and Snoop and all that. And then, the rest is history, as they say. But this is definitely a album that put them on. But sadly, like Cube and Dre are the only ones still really on. But yeah, cool.
Only because we only have a couple minutes to get out of here, I want to say this. There was and again, man, I'm a revisionist history kind of buff when it comes to this record and everything that was going on storyline wise with this thing. There was a whole thing being said about Ice Cube. I'm talking about people that had major publications and editors and all these publications. When he quit this group, they're just like, ain't no fucking way without Dr. Dre any of this would happen. Dr. Dre was the darling of music. The darling is like, this motherfucker was the genius, and Cube left the genius and didn't realize that there were just two geniuses that were doing work together. And I guess if I was paying attention to this at the time, I would have felt the same way. Like, how do you leave the confines of Dr. Dre and think you're gonna make another profound record? I'd have felt the same way, but he proved the entire industry wrong. The entire industry. And Cube, just how, whatever he's got going on right now, I have no real comments about, but I'm just talking about this record in particular. Talking about one of the dopest compilations of music I ever heard put together, minus some of the lyrical content. Man, this is dope, and nobody thought he can do it without Dre. Any last thoughts real quick before we get out of here?
All right. I think you covered it, man.
All right. I'll tell you what. We got to get out of here because we only got like 10 minutes left. Oops. Close this thing out.
We'll give a shout out to what's his name? Bryson Graham, new vice president or whatever the hell the title is for the Bulls. But kids, our owner, or the owner's son of the Bulls, Reinsdorf, he came out and spent the first few minutes saying, "My bad. We've sucked for the last few years. My fault. I apologize. Here's this young, impressive man going forward. Have at it." And so he apologized to the fans for the suckiness, hired a new up-and-comer. Let's go Bulls. Go ahead.
Okay. That's what they call falling on one's sword.
On his own petard.
Yeah. So we'll see if that makes for better basketball in Chicago. Your guess is as good as mine. You know, in similar fashion, George McCaskey at some point fell on his sword and let Ryan Poles cook. The chef been cooking, and more importantly, we got a coaching staff that's actually able to season this food, man. So I'm waiting. I can't wait till September. I just need to see it on the field and what it looks like and how it shakes out. Because
Minicamp next weekend.
Yes, sir. I'm excited. I want to see what some of these players start to look like and shape up into, and whether whether this coaching staff decides to make some pivots along the way. We shall see soon, because there's some of these rooms are super full, and they're gonna have to do some stuff. Like I don't know,
less than 30 days, June 1st.
Yeah, they're gonna, bodies are gonna drop, and like I'm saying, there's a very full DT room, a very full tight end room, a very full DB room, and to be honest with you, the linebacker core is pretty full too. It's just there's a couple of guys who are hurt, so I don't know how this all, like I said, I don't know how this all shakes out. I can't wait to see what it looks like, though. I'm stoked and excited. Big ups to all y'all. Big shout out to my friend Triple R at Sports Chicago Style. Big ups to Nomad for doing the darn thing once again here on Extra Sauce. Welcome in, and thanks for hanging out with us. Shout outs to the Scrolls, Patrick Higgins, Saren Collins, FFG, who was with us for quite some time there today. Didn't get to shout you out earlier. Who else am I missing out there? Oh, Cornelius Squalls, number 2, No Maniac, Smitty Q. Hopefully you are driving safe if you're driving, Smitty. Who else? White G was with us today.
Just a couple, man. We got to get out of here.
Chad. Anyone else out there? C Spags. And there's one more shout out I want to give, but I got to get to it because I can't remember the name. Bear Fan, shout out to you. Simply Clever. And where's the homie? Oh, True Pilgrim. Where's the homie we were talking to earlier on? JC and Hobbs. That's the one. Big ups to JC and Hobbs. Thanks for being part of the conversation. And give us a like, share, subscribe right here on Kez the Canucka as well. Do the same for both of my brothers here. It's Thursday. Have a good night, y'all.
Amen to all of that. Please do exactly what he just said. Show some love, man. And if you do nothing else, man, share the content and tell them particularly what you think they should pay attention to. Because if you share the content and you just say, hey, man, these are some guys that do a Bears podcast or do this particular podcast, tell them exactly what part of the show that you think they should be paying attention to. Because, all the stuff that we talked about the Bears and we broke down there is very important. And I thought it should be highlighted, and we did a good job discussing it and breaking it down and putting it into particulars. But the most important part of the show is not the Chicago Bears, and it's not Ice Cube's first record. It is what to do right now in this particular time, given the situation we are in. And I would, if you care about people, share the show for that reason and tell them to pay particular attention to that part of the show and how to move in this situation, because there are movements that need to happen given the information that we know. As we move forward, we'll bring more and more to you guys and give you the most updated information that we can. But it's out of everything we talked about, and that includes the Bears, make sure you're moving the right way and make sure you're making the right kinds of decisions and you're executing in the right way. One of the things that Kez talked about on the last show was he brought a deep freezer, and he probably wasn't thinking like I am right now, but that was a particularly good execution of some of his money, man, you know, because you're going to need that moving forward. You're going to need to stack product, food, whether it be actual protein, whether it be actual vegetables. You better start doing some things, man, differently that you've been doing, man, because things ain't the same no more. And we just haven't seen the total ramifications of what the current events have driven us to. But as the things start to turn and things start to change and you start to feel a little bit more, just remember the show and this particular part of it, man. Make sure that people know what's going on. So share it and let people know, hey, if you need to, you don't want to talk about the Bears, you want to talk about the food and drink and all that kind of stuff, fast forward to that part. That's why you share the show, so people can get information. So I just appreciate you guys for being here and always supporting what we do on all 3 channels. And I love you guys and I appreciate you. And I want to leave you guys with these famous words: love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.